Hello? Oh, we have internet. Oh, we don't have light. Hello. They're sitting opposite you. I don't even know what to say to that. That's something I'm never going to understand, Icarus. I just don't understand it. Hello there. What's up, Avian? How's it going? Taking up 2 seats. Hopefully the train isn't crowded. That would be very disappointing. How are you doing today? Happy Monday. Got 3 days left of the month, obviously. Adverts are starting in 1 minute 36. What do I need to check? Viewer rewards. Let's have a quick look, because I think we're 72. We've got 4 days left. We've got 72%. Well, according to Twitch, we have 4 days left, but we've got 72% left. I don't know. We'll see. But there was, well, I wait for the adverts to finish. But there is a Space Wolf drop, apparently. Well, not a drop, but imminent news on Space Wolves. And obviously, as a long time Space Wolf enjoyer, I am glad to see that Logan has lost his stupid Santa sled, or Father Christmas sled, whatever you want to call it. That horrific thing. Of course, it's crowded. That person's needs to be told. They need to be told not to take up so much room. I don't know. I've not been on a train in... When did I last go? 2 Julys ago. No. That's a lie. Not July. It was December. So a year and a... whatever that is. I'm going to call it a year and a half, although it's a year and 5 months. Well, Icarus, I know that. I was wondering if maybe there was a correlation between the Space Wolf and indeed the furry. So I will bring that page up in a minute. But happy Monday! I am back. I don't know how long the internet's going to last for. It turns out the router did need replacing, even though it was less than a year. No, it was a year and 3 months old, 4 months old, or whatever. But I would have thought it would have lasted longer than that. So that's fun. So the router did get replaced, and hopefully that is going to solve all the problems that we had. But I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I have been recording a little bit, finally, over on... I don't know if... Maybe all these stupid goals. Over on this setup right here, there's got the... I got a spare camera right there. You can see a cable coming out of it. Light... camera, oh god, monitor. So I am painting up my World Eaters Dreadnought at the moment for a future-ish YouTube, excuse me, a future-ish YouTube video. I don't know when it will appear, but I haven't actually checked the footage for it either. So it's either going to be a great success or it's going to be an utter disaster. At the moment, it could be either. It genuinely could be either. I've really got no idea, but we'll find out. Also, this hair is very fluffy. Squeezel, what's cracking? Happy Monday. God, I was almost tempted to say Wednesday. Anyway, yeah. So I am painting up my World Eater Dreadnought there. That I'm hoping I can get finished by Wednesday evening. And then we're moving into May, where I need to start a new sort of project. I believe the one I'm currently doing for the Horus Heresy Discord, I don't think they are doing a similar sort of project for the next 6 months, which means I can relax a little bit in that regard and come up with, do my own projects sort of finally. Let me get into the right bit of the Discord stream chat. There it is. Goody gumdrops. Shuffling, shifting, and stream tidying. Wow, I don't know what we've been doing. Just trying to get the internet working, really. That's the main issue. I'm hoping it's worked, but only time will tell. The issues normally start appearing at around 6 p.m. So I've got my eye relatively focused for once on the dropped frame count. It's currently at 0 dropped frames. Now I've said that, it's going to start going sideways. I know it. Making polite train convo. Yeah, I know. Well, you have to, really. You don't really have any other choice. There is only polite train conversation. We got Genestealers to paint, which is going to be thrilling. I am absolutely psyched, I believe is the word. I've also... So I have the old camera monitor there. Was attached to this camera. I moved it over there because it made more sense. I've got a big screen in front of me to tell if I'm in focus. So we've got slightly different setups. So we'll see. What else we got? It's been at least a week, so I think I can say we got sub goal. The Grand Cafe goal right there. I did reduce it because it is part 1. I thought a lower initial sort of goal might be more achievable. And the monthly bits goal, which is whatever. And that's Twitch stuff. If you are on Twitch, don't forget to use your channel points. YouTube stuff, I don't have any... I think the only thing that lovely YouTube people, could potentially do in regards to these is affect this thing right here. I don't know if I've actually got the donation goal. I need to really double check and see if they are actually merged properly. Let me catch up on chat, and then we're going to go to the painting part of the stream. Once I needed to locate the paint. You're off at the next station? It's talking to you? Oh, no. Well, I don't even know what to say. I don't know what I would do. I'll just grin and bear it. Probably. Oh, there's a convention. Oh, well, that would explain it. You still got the Big Mech guy to build? Hell yes. What have you all been doing project-wise, folks? Tell me what projects you've been doing while I'm looking for the paints. I really should have done it before stream started, but that would mean being organized. Sotek, green. Yeah. Temple, guard blue. Okay. I think one of those colours isn't needed. I need Drushy Violet. Xerius Purple. Okay. All right. I think I've got the colours. So we can change over. And then we can look at the Space Wolf thing. While you're all telling me what you've been up to. Let's double check I've got all these colours. Genestealer shell. So we've done black, Cantor blue. We've done... that was a glaze highlight. Oops. We did not do a glaze highlight. We just smacked on a thick highlight. So we're doing Sotek green, Temple Guard blue, and then Screaming Skull blue. I need to locate that colour. Drushy Violet, Warp Fiend... What? That doesn't sound right. Mm. Let's change the view anyway, so you don't have to look at my face. Oh, what's going on? We're okay? Yeah. So this is our Genestealer that we did work on. All right, on stream. I will do a combined video where we do the entire thing in one video rather than about 20 different streams. But this is our Genestealer. I'm not 100% sure on the bony claws at the moment. Still not 100% sure, but we'll you know, time will tell. So what I've done is I've actually painted a pretty thick layer of this dark blue on. It might have done too much, to be honest. I think I might have put it on a bit too thickly, but whatever. So after that, we're going to do a chunky highlight, excuse me, of Sotek green, which is this bad boy right here. In person, it's greener, I promise. Then Temple Guard blue. I do have Baharov blue, but I think I did just mix Screaming Skull into this for the sort of final edge highlighting on this. So that's that. Flesh-wise, wow, you know what I just realized? I've not painted any of the... Like, they have a weird armored bit on the bridge of their nose, face, I don't know, whatever. They got this bit, which I've completely neglected to paint on each and every one of them. Just pulling this one out made me realize that, yep, I forgot. Anywho, so for the skin here, what we've done is we have done... I kind of did Xerius purple over, like, I think I left the very top of the head kind of pale and then just Xerius purple everywhere else. Then I've worked up some Genestealer purple into that. Now, I'm not entirely sure. So there's, so we need to... we can start off with the Xerius purple, though, and leave it at that if necessary. But I think the recipe that I found was... I just don't know if I like it. I think it was a bit too pale. It was a bit too grey. I did an initial test a while ago. Unfortunately, I don't have that miniature to hand. Sorry, I noticed some miniatures have fallen over. I need to remedy. Yeah, the initial scheme I found was not really that great. Like, I mean, it wasn't bad. It's just it was too grey for my liking. This, I don't know. I think that can be done to improve this somehow on the pink flesh, but I think it's good enough for Disney. And if it's good enough for Disney, then it's good enough for me. So yeah, let's just get a wiggle on. I do apologise. It's only taken us... Hey, listen. If I can get a tiny bit of paint on, technically, onto this miniature in the next 8 seconds, we can say we started painting within 20 minutes. So, folks, we have now started painting. Paint has touched this miniature within 20 minutes of the stream starting. I am incredibly happy. It's okay. Even if that was an incredibly superficial amount. Superficially... So superficial, in fact, it would impress the kings and indeed queens of superficiality over in Hollywood. All right, But we do have paint on technically. We're going to paint all the skin with Xerius purple. Then I think we do a sort of chunky color of Genestealer purple, and then a wash of Drushy violet, or a sort of more what's the word? Not aimed. That's not the right word. Directed wash of Drushy violet. I don't normally use these things, but I apparently do for this one. So let me just get some of this paint. Why do I have Emperor's? Did I mix this into it? Pink Horror. Why do I have that on my wet palette? Why are you there, Sunshine? Oh, the tongues. Tongues are... Excuse me. The tongues are Screamer Pink. And then sort of slapped some of this on, really. So thankfully for... Like, the Genestealers, not a huge amount. There's some blues, purples, Screamer Pink, and then, like, bony bits, if you want, or obsidian. Obsidian, onyx, whichever one's the black one. I know I was told the other day, but... Hey, what's up, Beamy? How you doing, dude? Happy Monday. We have internet here. And it's not... Yeah, last week, it was a complete disaster. I just... It was really quite irritating, for want of a better word. I thought, you know what, it's... We can do a little bit of tidying up. So I unplugged some wires into the router. Plugged them all, tidied the wires up, all neat and tidy. And lo and behold, the internet just wouldn't reappear. So, yeah, hence not streaming. I only streamed, I think, one day last week. It's a blessing for a lot of people, obviously, but yeah, it was a complete disaster. I was not happy. However, it did mean that I could get a few things done. So, you know, it wasn't like a disaster, but it meant I couldn't stream, and I know that is incredibly sad. You are hopefully are you do you say you're getting over it, or you are over it? Finally getting over it. Good. I'm glad to hear that, dude. Very glad to hear that. What's up, Ragnar? How you doing, you saucy rascal? So, as you can see, I'm not painting all of it Xerius purple. I'm just kind of being a bit more, well, sort of I'm vaguely smacking it in some bits. What would you call, like, halfway down the head? The meridian line, is that? I'm not very good when it comes to sort of whatever the words are. Is it like, well, not that your head is circular, but you wouldn't call it meridian? Is that like crossways, like, or this way? Otherwise, we can go latitude and longitude, but these heads aren't big enough to really need to use those words, I don't think. What's up, Ragnar? How you doing? Unplugged it, I know, Beamy, I know. But problem was, it had to be done. You know, there wasn't... Like, I know the office or the studio kind of ends up looking a bit like a pigsty occasionally, and just because it ends up looking like that doesn't mean I like it like that. I just hate tidying all the time. So I'm always conflicted between the two. The internet couldn't handle... I know, Ragnar, it's terrible. I was very, very depressed about that. However, as I said, it did mean I could get a few things done. But how are you? What's going on? Beamy's getting better. Oh, it's always a good time. Glad to hear that, dude. Now, obviously, these do have colour on them. I use some contrast paints. Volupus Pink might have been it. For these fleshy bits. For the delicious fleshy bits. I think it was Volupus Pink. Although now I've said that, I think I'm actually talking out of my rear end. I think I mean Major's Purple. That sounds a bit more like it. I think I use Major's Purple for the fleshy bits. When I tried an initial contrast paint pass, and like I just used it straight from the pot with the view to come back later and tart it up a little bit. I never did. So I suppose I am now. Avian? Ragnar's annoyed. Ragnar, what's going on? While you're telling us how annoyed you are, all right, we can have a look at the Space Wolves. You stepped on your pretty new... Oh, no. No. Dude, I'm sorry to hear that. Is there any hope for them, or is they just a complete write-off? Hexspell, hello. What's going on? Happy Monday to you. We are indeed Avian. I mean, I am keeping... Just so everyone knows. I am keeping this one on the side. This is a side piece, if you will. I am going to like do a very light black coat. And then we're going to repaint it for a YouTube video. And I'm also going to repaint... I've got the Patriarch, Genestealer Patriarch to paint as well. Unfortunately, the one not on the throne is the one in this Space Hulk kit. And I am missing, I think, 3, which is very depressing. I'm missing 3 of these geezers, but oh well. I'll have to locate some other ones via eBay. They can't be a write-off because I don't have the new glasses each month money. Oh. No. If only such thing happened. Just imagine having auxiliary money. That would be a lovely thing. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. You don't have any sort of dreaded household insurance or anything like that which can cover accidents? I know, talking about excess money, I know insurance is... Damn it. Thankfully, I don't know, I do technically have glasses for cinema. And like, well, I initially really had them for when I was driving, but I ended up basically using them only when I went to the cinema because I stopped driving. However, I did have a pair of prescription sunglasses for when I was driving. And I left those on the tube. And they were a really nice pair of... Oh, God, I don't know what they were. They were Oakley... something wires. You know, they weren't ridiculous looking. They weren't sort of wraparound. They were very nice, you know, well, prescription sunglasses. When I was working at Lion King, I thought, screw it. I'm doing a fair amount of driving because I was part of a car club at the time. I'm going to get some sunglasses because, like, I was sick of getting blinded by the lights as it happened. So I thought, here we go. We'll get these, and they were great until I left them on the internet, on the underground. One time I went into London during the summer. Doors closed, and I thought, I patted my pocket because I normally put them into a sort of case while I was waddling around underground. Doors closed and I realised that they had gone. I did call up. Unfortunately, they were not handed in. Some utter rascal ended up with some very nice, not remotely cheap sunglasses. And that was, I think, the last time I bought sunglasses. Or expensive ones, I should say. And that is the story of my... I guess sunglasses. Did I have... Actually, you know what? Did I break some glasses? I can't even remember. I don't think I did. Who knows? I can't tell half the time. But before the stream went live, I checked my email and saw that there are some news. Well, I say news. Some Space Wolves getting that Primaris action stuff going on. There was Logan, that geezer. Oh, hello. Arnak Rockfist. Just, I don't know. There's something about the Space Wolf names. They're just ridiculous. I don't think even in a good way. Truth be told, I'm not massively like some of the... I don't know if I'm massively keen on the naming conventions that they use, but oh well. I will. We'll bring them up in a second. Okay, what else are we missing? I know I'm missing some like little leggy bits somewhere. Maybe not. Maybe you're okay. Maybe you're okay for now, Sunshine. Let's just do a little bit of... Okay, you're good enough for Disney. Right, let's get this article up. Logan Grimnar leads a pack of Space Wolf reinforcements. In between all the reveals being showed off at Adepticon back in March, the Space Wolves wowed the crowd. Do you reckon they did that on purpose? To make it rhyme. Welcome back, Chris. Those sons of Fenris have never been ones to do things by half measures, so it should come as no surprise that they've got even more miniatures to show off. What a surprise. So here's old Logan with his couple of growlers, his axe, his Stormbolter, I think, on his fist. One of the most lauded warriors in the Imperium, with centuries of glorious service at the head of the Space Wolves to his name. The High King of Fenris cuts an imposing figure flanked by his twin wolves, Turnak and Fenrir, carrying the legendary axe Morkai and draped in Fenrisian ornamentation from Thunderwolf furs to intricate runic scribing. Hashtag I'll be buying this boy. Tomahawk, what's cracking? We are looking at Logan Grimnar leading a pack of Space Wolf reinforcements. I'll just make sure that I am actually sharing the right page. So yeah, that's he's getting his Primarisification or whatnot. I don't know if it's... I assume so. He's got his wolf things. Jake, hello. They all look amazing to you. Well, I think they're an upgrade. I think they are an upgrade. I think they are an upgrade. Almost makes me want to give up the hands. Don't give the hands up. Ally in the Space Wolves. That's what I say. That's what I say, Jake. You should just start a little allied army. It's how I started far too many armies. It's a major problem. But it's great advice. It's nothing but the best advice. I'm biased. Your second love of Vikings. Well then, you should give them a tickle. Good evening, Traitor Guardsman. How you doing? Happy Monday. I hope the new Space Hulk is open to all Terminator. Wait. Wait. You hope the new Space Hulk? Can you evidently have missed something? Folks on Twitch, this is Traitor Guardsman saying that new Space Hulk. Am I misreading it, or is there something I've been missing? Open to all Terminators, chapters, and Traitor Legions. Well, I certainly hope so. That would be cool. That would certainly be cool. Obviously, in the past, it's been basically Blood Angels and the Deathwing, Dark Angels. At least in the games, the board games. I don't know. I think it was just those. In Space Hulk specifically. I'm not sure about Ultramarines appearing. Who knows? I mean, they'll certainly do it. Thank you, Nightbot, for waking up. But we are... So this is... I never got this miniature in like the olden days because I just hated the old one. I will attempt to bring up his previous iteration, but this is a definite improvement. I reckon I do like it. I mean, he is the king of the Space Wolves. Whatever. It would be ridiculous if he just had absolutely nothing and he was completely barren of ornamentation. I can cope with this one, and it was an absolute improvement on the previous iteration. So let's move down to the next geezer, who is personal champion of... What's his name? Logan. What's this guy's name? Arjak Rockfist. The mountain of muscle and ceramite known as Arjak Rockfist serves as the mailed fist of the High King, upholding the honor of the chapter by dueling enemy commanders and crushing their skulls under the weight of his massive foe hammer. Such is his skill and his hammer that he can throw it accurately over great distances before teleporting the weapon back to his hand, now represented on the miniature with an optional assembly arm. Oh, I didn't see that. So I only briefly glimpsed this before stream started, so this is the first time I'm getting a proper butcher's. Oh, okay. So that's him yeeting the axe rather than holding it. Or teleporting back. Avian, old man Logan. Yes. It's a tactical hill. He is pretty beastly. What's up, Java? How you doing? What's cracking, dude? Happy Monday. With his massive bow hammer. What? So that's Arjak. I've never been massively keen on the previous miniature. We'll have a look. We'll have a quick look at the previous ones. Obviously, I stopped collecting Space Wolves very late. No, early 2000s, like 2001, 2002. However, Niall, my boy, is a spiritual heart of the Space Wolves with few rune priests in history. I've got an itchy back. Able to call upon the power of Mother Fenris with as much finality. He calls upon the elemental powers of the storm to aid his allies and strike at his foes, conjuring concealing storms of wind and deadly bolts of lightning wherever needed. So he's got his flying bird. He's got the Staff of Doom. Oh, I like how they've... Okay, purple. Very, very, very jazzy. More. Hello. How's Monday going? By the way, if you are on Twitch... Don't forget to use your channel points. I don't know how close we are, but we were at 72%. Oh, hello. So here is Niall in power armor. Okay, groovy. And then we got some Wolfguard. So these are not the head takers. These are the ancient, the Terminator wearing geezers. Very cool. Obviously, some of my very first miniatures I ever painted. I will absolutely be getting these. Absolutely getting some Space Wolf Terminators. Just so I can hold them up and finally go, look, here's what I painted when I first got into the hobby in 1993-1994. This is my first miniature. This is now. I hope there's been a slight improvement. It's certainly not massive, but there is an improvement. Zombella. Hulkamania. Wait, what? Please clarify, Zombella. I am not nearly muscular enough. Or am I? Lucian, you saucy rascal. I like your spirit. Thank you very much. Why is... I'm just going to drag all these alerts up here. Stream alerts. You should be up there. I don't know why. It was all kind of weird. Lucian, you saucy rascal. Talk to me. How's it going? Ooh. Let me tickle this button a few times. I need to itch my back again. What is wrong with it? Tweezers? Might work. They look kind of nice. They do. I like them. Oh. Ooh. Sorry. Ooh. Oh. You know what? I could do with like a masseuse. Lucian, thank you so much for the 8 months in a row. Your title? My title is Hulkamania. Or do you mean my stream title? I don't even know what to say. I can't even... Zombo, you should know by now, my memory is terrible. I can barely remember what happened 5 minutes ago. Chad, hello. My weekend was good. I actually had internet, finally, which is why we didn't stream much last week. The internet disappeared. Space hulking. Oh, I get it. Oh, I'm an idiot. Space hulking. Thank you. Zombella, I can only apologize. I'm so sorry. Don't leave, please. Also, I think I was supposed to get rid of the merged chats because apparently Twitch doesn't like it. Twitch doesn't like merged chat. So I need to get rid of the... Unfortunately, I don't want to, but... there we go. Your connection is on the fritz. Welcome to my world 2 weeks and 3 weeks ago. Who do you have internet with? You don't want to sound racist, but why does this Terminator have a White Scar's head? Does have... we certainly got the big old moustachey bits as well going on that you'd probably might see like further eastern parts of the at least the human world. I don't know how popular that style is. Viking land. I'm sure someone can figure it out. Anyone else getting severe lag? Please don't say that. I've got 0 drop frames. I have 0 drop frames, Lucian. Hopefully no one else has got having lag issues. No lags. All smooth for you. Good stuff. Stream is 100 out of 100. And you knew that was coming. What? Oh! Zombella. Perfect. Hello, where are we going? So with these Space Wolves... Oh, hello. Sweet baby Jesus. That is a massive gun. That's awesome. I'm getting this. I think I need to dig out my old... I need to find my original Space Wolf, because I think the original one I painted was basically this guy. I mean, I'll just have to learn how to paint good in between now and then, though. And then... oh! Lightning claws. Absolutely. Always lightning claws. The clip. The clip? I have no idea. Oh, I didn't see you clip me. You dirty rascal. Even though I can see that in chat. that Badgerbot has told me that Ragnar Twitch created another legendary clip. I didn't notice it. And I don't even know what I said. I don't even want to guess. So that's the Space Wolf Lightning Claw. So I'm going to get this box set regardless. I will be getting this boy as well, Njal Stormcaller, regardless. And I do have Ragnar Doobie Firkins already because Njal was my second Space Marine character that I ever painted. No, third. Sorry, I tell a porcupine. He was the third Space Wolf character that I ever painted. The first was Ulrich, the Slayer. Unfortunately, I've gone on a massive walk and forgotten how to get home. No idea where he is. And then my second Space Wolf character was, of course, Ragnar Blackmane that I painted in 1996. Yeah, 1996 for this boy and for this boy. Both on holiday. I painted these on a 2-week holiday to the south of France. 2 characters. Like a character a week. And that was in between a lot of swimming and stuff. And like eating ice creams and pancakes. I've managed to get even slower. Now, my lovelies. That eagle is nice. Is it not a raven? You're in middle school? Zombella, can you... So how old were you roughly then? Because I was sort of 16-ish. Your PC then? Lucian, it is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for you to buy a new computer. Just casually. If only we all had just like enough money to buy a new computer, that would be a great thing. Certainly looking forward to getting to that time. They got their own style. Somehow you liked it. You like it? Hold on. I think I might have to do a Space Wolves Force to sell myself. Do it, Chad. Do it. You should. Absolutely. Now, I do have my original Space Wolves, as you can see by those 2 characters. I have a squad of... Well, I ended up with 2 squads of Blood Claws, 2 squads of Grey Hunters, 2 squads of Long Fangs. 1 squad of each is metal, the old metal ones, and then the second one of each was the like plastic ones that they released late 90s. Early 2000s. I am going to strip them and repaint them. 10? 10? Oh, okay. So middle school, I always get so confused, and I know I shouldn't, but it just confuses me. So middle school is from what age to what age? The nids look good on blue. Thank you, Mort. Thank you. 6th grade. Sometimes 6th grade to 8th. Oh, okay. I'm struggling. Because I can't even remember what we called our years. Like, I went to boarding school, like, from when I was sort of 8 to 13. And I can't remember what those... We didn't have grades for those. I don't even know what those each year was called. And then I went to another boarding school. And I started, I think, year 7? 8. I can't even remember. It's so long ago. I can't even remember. I'm so confused. Space Wolves were the Force who painted for profit. Yeah. Well, you've got to... I need to start doing those at some point. The problem is I like armies. Like certain... I need to do an army I don't really like. So that would probably be Death Guard. Not Death Guard, Dark Angels. Almost the same thing. Isn't that right, Ragnar? So 10 to 14. Okay. Got you. I understand. Middle school is the one in the middle. No, I know, but I mean, it's very confusing. You enjoy Baldur's Gate 3, my friend. You enjoy Baldur's Gate 3. Did I get a weird email about Baldur's Gate? I can't even remember. I'm an October baby, so I was a year back. Well, this is the thing. I was a June baby. Still am a June person. But I was very late in the year. Like, I was, like, I think we went in school up until, like, the first week of July. Or penultimate week of June. Because I remember having some birthdays at school. And then it was July, August, September. Some coming back to school sometime in September. Elementary school here is usually kindergarten through 5th. Most start at age 4 or 5. Yeah, I think that's about similar over here. Ish. What could go wrong? What could go wrong, Ragnar? Yes. Now, I wasn't held back a year. But I was definitely one of the youngest in my year. I wasn't held back. Maybe I should have been. I know, like, there are a lot of subjects which are really not my strong point. Sleeping is one of my major strong points. Having amazing hair is obviously another strong point. But, yeah, no. I don't know. Traitor Guardsman, when you were in secondary school, age 11 was first year. Oh, you know what? That makes sense. Because when I finished, like, the first school and moved to, like, the next school at 13, wait, hold on. Am I going back to front now? 12th year. Year 13 actually sounds right. Would make sense. Year 13 and then year... Well, then would it count... I don't even know. I honestly can't remember. School is not my strong point. You graduated school in 2002. Oh, okay. So I graduated. I did my A levels in 1998, which was. It was a good time. Well, to get that school over and done with, I really was not keen on that school. Did not enjoy it. Would have been nice to enjoy that school. So I went to, like, my first school, like 7, 8, whatever, to 13, and then 13, 14, whatever, to 1996 when I had to move school because we moved house. I ended up having to move school just because it kind of made sense at the time. Yeah, I just did not move to that. Unfortunately, it was not a good school for me. I would have honestly preferred to have stayed where I went initially. Up in Stourbridge, because then I could have continued to go to the Merry Hill Centre, where they had a Sweet Sweet Games Workshop, of course. We actually had one kid in my cast who was help. I didn't even know if that was a thing, Chad. Like when I went... Yeah, I don't think I can ever remember that ever happening at the school I went to. Or the schools I went to. You know? That's when you started high school? So Dixie, hello. 1998 was only 10 years ago. Please don't say that. I refuse to believe it. I certainly wish that was the case. There were many. So basically, what I did was when I finished high school, or sorry, whatever we call it in the UK. I'm pretty sure we don't call it high school here. Anyway, whatever it is, I finished that school. Then we usually have the option either the normal thing used to be school and then straight into university, or take a year off and then go to university. I initially applied to do computer studies, sciences in Brighton, which I had a place to go to after I was going to take a year off first. I ended up doing a makeup course in some random college, actually not too far away from living now, to be honest. So I did just it was like theatrical makeup, special effects makeup, which is what I really wanted to do. There's also an aspect of beauty makeup, which I had absolutely no idea what the hell I was doing with that. That was a complete disaster. Like slapping on lipstick and stuff to these people, like fellow students. It was just terrible. I was so bad at that. Zombella, seriously. So it was mostly girls. There was like three guys on that course, and we were all wanting to do like special effects, like blood and guts and all that kind of stuff, prosthetics. None of us. Anyway, so the the girls had to sort of sit down, and we had to sort of practice doing lipstick and eyeliner and risking their eyes every time I attempted to do eyeliner. Dear God, it was a nightmare. So I wanted to do that because I wanted to do special effects for films. And then I didn't go to Brighton University. Ironically, his first name was Damien. God, that's not a name you hear very often, is it? Is it? You were 16 in 1992, so only a few years older than myself. 2 years later, second edition came out. See, I did get second edition 40k with my youngest brother in 1996, I believe. But I'd already been in to Space Hulk and stuff, and busy collecting my Space Wolves by the time we ended up getting second edition box set. I don't know if 1996 was the year it came. I know it didn't come out then, but if that was when we purchased it, could have been the year before. Anyway, you switched high schools after 10th grade, so you got held back a semester. Ended up dropping out your second semester as a senior. Went back and got my GED. 4 months later. I don't know. I think it's a nightmare. Just generally changing schools halfway through a year or whatnot. Or, because you lose your friend group. You have to start with a bunch of other delightful people. And it can be a complete nightmare for a lot of people. And I'd imagine that's sort of similar if you get held back a bit as well. A year or whatnot. I had one of those weird life moments last night. Oh, God. Go on then, Chad. Educate us. Jake, and all three of you were straight. As far as I know, I mean, I am. I'd never asked, to be honest. Never asked. I did go into... So when I came back... So I didn't go to Brighton in the end to do computer studies. I went to the States to do special effects. Well, it was an industrial design degree, but it was focused around... Well, the bit of it I did was focused around the special effects. So obviously I ended up doing that. Yeah. Your class was pretty equal. Girls excelled in effects and boys excelled in beauty. I wonder why that is. especially like the beauty aspect of it. Because like girls generally end up spending a lot more time doing makeup throughout their life. Well, I don't know, majority, not everyone, obviously. You're pretty great at beauty, but you dislike it. So repetitive. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah, either way, I had no interest in it. I mean, it was something I had to do. So that's what I did. But I didn't do it well, that's for sure. I did have to do a body painting aspect of it as well, which was weird. I would have enjoyed doing special like effects and prosthetics and sculpting and stuff like that. I would like to at some point do a little bit of sculpting on this channel, trying to remember how the hell to do it. A couple were fighting in the street. Must have been 2 a.m. ish, and I say fighting. It was very one directional, so someone was getting beaten up. By the sound of it. So after stewing in bed for what felt like an eternity, you threw on some clothes. I would have. I might even considered ignoring that step, Chad, unless it was really cold. Obviously, we don't want that affecting us. Flew down 2 flights of stairs and left your house. Stood in the middle of the road and realized I had no idea what you were doing, and just shouted, "Oi!" The guy turned around, started walking towards me, and greeted me with a wide array of Glaswegian words. So I said, "I think you should move on." Chad, see, this is why I think if you'd gone down, I was going to say as nature intended, like without clothes, that might have been, you would have asserted your dominance, and they would have swiftly moved on. Or at least moved the fight on to another part of the street. Zombella, what clay do you use out of interest? Now, I used to use Chavant, oil-based clay. And I have used Super Sculpey. I know there is some stuff called Monster Clay, which I would really like to have a go at. I might get some... I might look at getting some Monster Clay. I know you have to... It looks like you have to heat it up a fair amount to make it pliable. He did thankfully move on, and you were very thankful. Yeah, this is the thing, Chad. Like, you go downstairs, right, this is driving around the bend. I need my sleep. They better move on. And then you get down to ground level, eye level. You get to eye level with these people, you realise... Like, I personally am not a fighter. I avoid confrontation like it's going out of style. Wait. I accept... Yeah, whatever. I don't like it. The only time I've ever, like... I had someone pull a knife on me on the bus in London. What a surprise. It was 2 people, in fact. They pulled one knife. Well, the one friend was blocking the camera on the bus, with his head. The other, his friend, sitting next to me, pulled the knife. I chased them off the bus, but afterwards I thought, what the hell did I just do? I could have easily just been murdered. This was at the high point of the London bus stabbings, which was such a good time. And I was shaking like a leaf after. I assume it's from the adrenaline rather than being scared. Because a girlfriend that I was very keen on just dumped me for some utter toe rag. And I was not feeling very happy. You want Monster Clay, but I'm using some soft, non-drying clay, nothing fancy. Well, that's... I think... I mean... So I used... I think Chavant is it a specific brand? It was an oil-based clay, which didn't dry out, which was great stuff. You're making Prosaid transfer, so I'm... Oh, you're using clay to make a silicon mold? Oh, okay. Nice. Nice. I would like to get back to sculpting. Zombella. Wait, not sculpting Zombella. I don't think I've ever made a statue of someone before. Oh, but what I was going to say was I am considering getting a laser scanner at some point so I can scan someone's head and then 3D print it. So then this was like a whole thing I'm pondering. Going to cosplay things where people need like a bust to sculpt on. Like if they need to sculpt a prosthetic thing for their face, I can scan it and print it. And then they have their head to print, like, sculpt things on. I bought some air dry modeling clay from Green Stuff World, but have yet to find a reason to use it. What do you use? Scenery, potentially? Might be good. Craters, weird trees. I'll probably do that. Shaking it typically as a result of adrenaline dump. Yeah, I think that's specifically what it was, Chad, because it was one of the stupidest things I've done. Not that I've done masses of stupid things, but it was definitely stupid. Welcome to the Glorious Miniatures Weird Story Dump Stream. Jake, I do apologize. Painting, I promise, does happen, but rarely. I have been I can show you my wiggly eyebrows. You want a bust of yourself? No, it's all right, Zombella. I have that effect on people. I was bought for bases. I've also used air drying clay for bases. In fact, I have those texture rollers that I used over it to make textured bases. It was good stuff. So I have been painting this for a YouTube video. I have been recording it. Why have you moved? Whether or not it's actually recording is a different matter. It's not finished, by the way, but I am recording it over on, like, damn it, my face has disappeared. The desk behind me, I'm painting it over there. And this will become a YouTube video. Probably 2-part video or something like that. So these streams aren't really... it's mostly waffling, I'm afraid. It's mostly waffling. And that's exactly what the plan was. In fact, I had a cobblestone texture. That's what this base was. It is slightly dusty, and I think we will be rebasing these bad boys to square bases. I think. If we're sharing weird things we've done, I have a great many stories from your work that put all these stories to shame. Are they PG, Jake? That is the question. That is the question. Like, Twitch is like we are dual streaming to Twitch and YouTube at the moment. So, like, Twitch is a bit more lenient with words I can say. I'm not entirely sure what YouTube's like. I want to do little marble slabs with filigree. Oh, okay. Some of them. Go for it, Jake. Yeah, go for it. We will, in the meantime, attempt to paint. I promise. I promise we'll attempt to paint. And I will say I'll say the majority of the words, assuming they're all, relatively PG. Assuming they're all PG, so that lovely folks on Twitch can hear your stories as well. We used to have a dual stream merged, like YouTube and Twitch chat right here. Unfortunately, apparently that's the work of the devil, according to Twitch. So I've had to nuke it. We do like good story time. We do like good story time indeed. What's your favorite? Can I ask you a personal question, Zombella? What is your favorite sculpting tool? Because I think I left my favorite one on the desk behind me. I do have a few of them knocking around here. I have some dodgy one I made in America years ago. In fact, I can say decades ago at this point. I never did get another end to that. I was going to going to try for like a sort of, different shape at each end, but never got around to the other one. But I think this end, this one I do like a lot. It's good. This one's like the curvy bit's a bit. It is handy for some occasions. I've got some weird dental tools, which are okay in some situations. This one's good. I hadn't my favorite one is over there, but it was like this, right? There was a flat bit like that in this angle, and then it also this side it went whip like that. But the flat side of it was not that; it was like that. So anyway, unfortunately, one end of it broke, and I was very sad. Very sad. And I got some silicon tipped bad boys as well. I don't know which is the. In fact, I think I've had one of them, this one since 2001. One time, a guy I was caring for somehow wet the entire back half of his clothing, but the entire front half was totally dry, and it wasn't sweat. We've all been there. Use the dental tools for sculpting. They're great. I use them for making scratches on the paints of your marine armor. Yeah, no, I do. I do. Because normally, I sort of bounce between using paper clips. Right? I am kind of fond of using paper clips. Oh, God. That have been, I don't. So when I cut these down to make pins, that's quite often you end up with a sort of flattened end at the cut. So I quite often use like just one of these to make scratches. I kind of like that. But the dental tools, like you don't have to cut down a bit of paper clip every time you want to do something. Right, let's put some more paint on things. Oh, God. To this day, I don't know how he wet his entire back half. Several months on, and it's a mystery. Well, I can tell you how it happened to me, Jake. All right? It happened recently, in fact. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. And I was equally confused when I woke up. Right? So I went to bed. This was in the winter. I went to bed. And I woke up the next morning. I went to bed. It was very cold. I woke up the next morning. And the bed was like warm. And my entire back was wet. And I thought, oh God, what the hell has happened? I haven't had that many drinks in several decades. I know it's not that. I'm not that old when I have to even consider that to be a reality. Turns out that I'd forgotten that I made it was so cold the night before I made a hot water bottle. Filled that with hot water and plonked it in the bed down by my feet. Now, cause I woke up in the middle of the night and everything was fine. So sometime relatively close to when I woke up, I assume, like the screw-on sort of top to the hot water bottle had somehow managed to come loose and then just dump all of the warm, hot water onto the mattress, onto the brand new mattress. In fact, I think I'd had it for a week at that point. I was like, oh no. Thankfully, it was fine. But it was so strange. I genuinely thought for a second, like, what the hell's happened? Yeah. So there we go. That's the story about me not wetting my bed. Chad, PSA, you should replace your hot water bottle after several years because the rubber perishes. Well, this is the thing. I don't normally use a hot water bottle. Like I actually like a cold bed, but so that is something I've not. I mean, as you say, rubber does perish, doesn't it? So I'm not really an expert when it comes to hot water bottles. Normally, I just like wriggle my feet around. I just I just try and wriggle my feet around really quickly and hope that warms up the bed a little bit. But it was so cold, like it was really quite cold in the house. Bearing in mind that the heating didn't exist and all that kind of stuff. And I quite often woke up in the morning and I could see like condensation from, just breathing, which was rather not the best feeling to wake up to. Thank you, Nightbot. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications, and all that YouTube stuff. If you fancy. Bum, bum. Da, 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 da. Feathers McGraw, thank you very much. Well, they're not my strong point. I will absolutely admit that. However, we actually have a finished one here that I will be doing a YouTube video specifically on, rather than just a really slow painting stream. I am happy with how this. I'm still not entirely sure if I am completely on board with the bony claws. I was pondering going with like black, was it onyx or obsidian? I know I've been told already which one's which, but I've already forgotten. But they will look like this, which are a bit more Genestealery than because my current Genestealers from Leviathan, they look a bit different. Like a bit different-ish. In fact, I'll use this opportunity to go, and show you. So if I go to my Instagram, which is really needing to be updated again, yet again, my Genestealers look like that was a Genestealer, I know, but are they? My Genestealers look like not the best picture, unfortunately. Like this, which is pretty similar to what I'm painting. I mean, obviously, I'm not really doing this weird fleshy thing here. I'm not entirely sure if I like this, truth be told. So these are similar-ish. I know I did use a lot more fluorescent magenta on these ones, though, because I wasn't quite getting what I wanted on them. But I was trying. But for these Genestealers, I'm hoping to get, well, trying to go with a little bit more, vaguely a little bit more like original Space Hulk, or at least Space Hulk I seem to have in my mind from when I played it in 1990. Gabba! What's up, you saucy beast? How's it going? Talk to me. Talk to me. Tell me about your catechins, because I have been contemplating it. Only 500 points. I have been good. Oh, that was something on the desk vibrating. I wondered what. I just heard a noise out of the corner of my ear going. Zzz. I'm thinking, oh no, I don't want any pesky bugs in here. So yeah, I have been pondering the catechin situation, Gabba. I also want to show you something as well, which is also very saucy. Very saucy, in fact. 500 points. Well, I don't want to go any more than that. Well, I do. Obviously, because I've got issues. I've got issues. And I will show you the list. 2 squads of jungle fighters, likewise. A command squad, I've not done that. A heavy weapons team, a sentinel, and a squad of... Oh, you went with the Kazaskin? I like to call them Kazaskin, because I know that's not what they're actually called. I'll show you what I've come up with. It's not quite the same as what you had. But it is also... Wait. What happened? Hold on. This was the alternate list I was doing. Let me quickly do the list that I did come up with. It was... Okay. So my list... This is my list. There are many lists like it, but this one is mine. 500 points on the nose, as you see. Yeah, just no feathers, McGraw. Absolutely. Tell me. So you don't want Astra Militarum. Okay, I'm just going to very briefly talk about my Astra Militarum. But tell me. So you don't want Astra Militarum. Do you want them to be goodies or baddies? I.e., do you want them to be on? I know it's all a matter of perspective, but do you want them on the Imperium side or the Chaos side, or do you want Xenos? Oh, and Slime Arbo. Yeah. So. What I'm doing is I've decided that I'm probably not going to really play a game anytime. So as a result, I'm going to allow myself the thing of using legends for once. Because I don't normally, like sometimes I can't help it, but this time I thought I'll completely scrap it. We use legends. So we got Iron Hand Straken. Also no Tau. Good choice there. Feathers. You do need to play some 40k sometime, Ragnar. You've only ever played 6 matches. That's probably about what I've done. Well, actually, no. I played a few in America, and then a lot more with my youngest brother, but not many, really. I just enjoy the painting and collecting. You want a bit of Tanith? Yeah. I do. So we have got Gaunt's Ghosts. I thought, they like forests. They're good at tracking and that kind of stuff. I am listening to the audiobooks. Gaunt's Ghost kind of makes sense. So we got Straken, Gaunt's Ghost, Harker, who I'd genuinely forgotten about, and Slime Arbo. So that's a lot of characters. Then 2 squads of Catechin Jungle Fighters, and then 2 Scout Sentinels. Bang! 500 points on the nose. I didn't think about the Kazakin until later. They did pop into my brain. But by then I'd already thought, I kind of dig this. Now, I have also thought that what I would like to do is, like, hypothetically, if I do play a game, you can slap them into chimeras, each of these guys into a chimera, and then the chimeras get the scout keyword. So those bad boys can scout. Then I thought, well, they're in the jungle. the mighty jungle, surely you're going to want some hellhounds. Surely. You want to absolutely burn some of them. These chimeras have, what are they called? Fighting step or something, where you can stick the flamethrower out of the chimera and burn people, which I'm very fond of. Not in real life, just to clarify. Twitch, YouTube. I'm not into that. I just like doing that in games. And then what else? Oh, I think I was going to slap in a couple of armored sentinels. Or maybe just one at this rate. Where's the plus button? 2 armored sentinels, a hellhound, 2 scout sentinels, 2 chimeras. And that gives us... Yeah, I don't know. I know we're missing heavy weapons and stuff, but... I think that's probably what I'm going to do. I have a squad of Kazakin. I do have Kazakin in the box as well. That's true, actually, Gab. I need to go back and ponder. I do have a squad of Kazakin. But I also did think of doing the Ratlings, because they have a weird thing as well. Traitor Guardsman. What? Feelings for kill team? Wait, what? Feathers McGraw. So what armies do you already have? You say next army. It implies that you have someone to begin with. Well, no, Chad. This is the thing. This is the thing. I'm very aware that I did not have any heavy weapons. On my initial list, I did have 2 heavy weapon squads, I think. One was missile launchers, I think. And then the other was 3 squads of mortars. Now, oh God, I have printed out heavy, whatever this is. So this is, I have printed this out. I think this one does come with a heavy mortar. Saucy. But that does lead me on to, ladies and gentlemen, that does lead me on to something incredibly saucy. If I can find it. I use New Recruit. I will slap that into the chat. That is my amazing list there, by the way, which is I've since butchered. But that is newrecruit.eu that I use. Lucian, what's up with your PC? Just buy a new one. If only it were that easy. If only it were that easy. Now, let me find this other website. Not that evil one. Where are they? Because I saw something, Gabba, which is 3D printable. And, like, I am going to be doing, like, GW ones. But these ones were hot. Recent tabs, history. Okay. Not that evil one. That was the Modular Scout project. That was what I was looking at last night. It was called Space. Okay, I think I might be able to find it if I Google. I'm hoping I can Google it. Okay. All right. It's hot. Hot. It's Reptilian Overlords over on my mini factory. All right. So bear this in mind. These are 3D printed bad boys. Those Steelers look... Well, thank you very much, dude. Once we get them finished, I'll be even happier. Because painting bugs... I did pop into the GW the other day, and I was grumbling to the manager, going, oh, you know what? There's something about painting Tyranids drives me around the bend. And then he started talking about getting the Norn Emissary, and I thought, well, I do like that one. So, reptilian overlords over on my mini factory and probably cults as well. Let's have a look here. They have something called Space Nam. Actually, which is basically Space Nam 2.0. So these are basically Katishan jungle fighters, right? The weaponry is, I think, slightly different. These are a bit more kind of assault rifle time. I mean, they could be las rifles, and those are just battery packs. But they do have some nice bits. Now, Gabba, I know you've recently put some Katishan jungle fighters together. How was that old kit put? How was it? They got some new heads as well. Cigar smoking, some yelling, mohawk action, bandana action, all that kind of good stuff that we know and love. I have. Yeah, I have seen the new Space Wolves stuff. Logan and Njal and Jack Dubry Firkins. Jack Dubry Firkins, as he's been rebranded. There's obviously here, we got Arnie here. And Sly with rocket launchers. Takes a bit of cleaning up. The mold lines are a bit, oof, yeah. See, I am conflicted. Obviously, I do 3D printing. I am tempted to do the majority of the regular geezers with it, like this, using these. However, I do want to use at least one squad of the original ones. I don't know, like, I'm not normally keen on mixing and matching between the two, like printed and GW, but I am tempted. I am tempted because I did manage to find a PDF of the Katishan, like the 4th edition codex, which we'll have a look at. We got some tactical pointing. Who looks very cool. Look at that sweet hat. Sunglasses as well. Mega Fist of Doom and some gesticulation. They're just, yeah, they are classic nostalgia. Solo, GW Katishan are derpy. I think what I will also say is I do think the painting at the time didn't do it any favors. Well, at least I'm hoping that's the case when I get around to painting. I've seen Gabba has painted one up recently as well, like as in the last couple of days. When I finally got back onto Discord this morning, I think the weird way they painted them didn't do them any favors. I know they were of an era. I think we can all agree on that. But as Gabba said, yeah. I think I don't. There's old Iron Straken here, like a 3D version of him. If I want to print one out instead, so I think I will see how well they go together. Like if they look good, if I can get some of the original ones and then print out some of these lads, that would be good. Also, we've got Space Ogres. Let's go. But they had some other ones I wanted to show you before I get too sidetracked. Where are we? So, where are they? They've got some lads from basically Predator on here. Wait. What? Steady. Where they had basically a squad from Predator, the lads from the film. Am I hallucinating? Space Nam 2.0. Heretic starter set. Maybe it was on a different page where I saw it. Oh, those lads look awesome. Oh, man. I know, Gabba, I know. It's their paint job on their site that makes them look terrible. This is the problem with a lot of, like, a bunch of their GW, a bunch of the miniatures on GW, their paint jobs don't necessarily... They're very cold, all right? You, sir, are a spaceman. However, if you like your chili chaps, I've forgot what the hell are they called? You're a big fan of Mordians? Valhallans, yeah. The name is a bit... I'm evidently missing something. I wanted to... I can't find it. I saw it this morning and I wanted to show it off to people and I can't see it now. It must have been on a different page. I'm not going to spend the rest of stream looking for it though. But basically it was the lads from the Terminator. The Predator. Oh God. Space... I think that was... I have a sneaky suspicion that was filmed at my old... Some of it was filmed at one of my old schools. Like the boarding school I went to. I'm Googling that very quickly. Who sang it? Is it Babylon Zoo? Yeah. Yeah. Like an aspect of it. I have a sneaky suspicion, but I could have been really wrong on this one. Music video. I'll have to watch the video again. I have a sneaky suspicion that was it was like a very weird thing. Anyway, that's a later problem. I'm very sad that I can't find that thing I was wanted to show you. I could have sworn it was Reptilian Overlords. Do they have... Does Reptilian Overlords have a Cults 3D page? I wonder. Reptilian Overlords. Anyway, so I have come up with a vague kind of thing for my Catachan that I will eventually merge into my wider Imperial Guard army. Kroot are GW Predators. They really are. I see they're coming out with some new Predator nonsense. I watched a tiny bit of it and just thought, oh, God almighty, what the dickens is going on with this? This looks like a complete disaster. That's the one, Babylon Zoo. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, Lucian. Yeah. Like, I can't quite, like... I'm pretty sure a bit of it was filmed at, like, my school, because there was a clock tower, obviously. I seem to think that was in there. Now, let me have a very quick look and see if I can find... Because I was Googling it earlier today. I was Googling it and hoping to get some STLs that are printable. I did, by the way, do remind me, I must buy Cities of Death, and there was another book called another Apocalypse book, Paradox something or other. Paradox Doobie Firkins. Something that I don't remember. I would have remembered such a name. We Print Miniatures does lovely Predator miniatures. I also print miniatures. City Fight. Yes, Apocalypse Paradox. I need to get it. I need it. It was, what was it, 6th edition, was it? We are going to get back to painting, I promise. Apocalypse Warzone Paradox. This one. I saw this book and thought, oh, baby. Oh, baby. This bad boy. Sorry, not Paradox. Sorry, I'm blaming it on the epilepsy medication. Pandorax. Pandorax. Yeah, that's the one I meant. Not what I actually said. I can't even remember that one, so I do apologize. Damn it, let me see. I just want to see if I can quickly find Predator. What would you call those geezers? Heroes? STLs? So we're just showing a bunch of cursed actual Predator STLs. We do want to print one at some point. But, and paint one as well. But not yet. Oh. See, this is it. This, no, it wasn't that team. It wasn't that one. I thought I might have found it for a second, but evidently I was confused. I'm not going to be able to find it today. I do apologize. I was genuinely hoping to be able to show you some cool minis there. Unfortunately, that is not the case. So, let's get back to the painting. I will worry about it. If I remember, I'll slap it into Discord when I see it. I should have done it at the time when I was thinking of it. Is there a group Discord? There it is. I don't know if Nightbot might wake up and do the alert. We painted 2 miniatures today. We've really been powering on. No, I need more purple paint. Bum, bum. What did everyone get up to over the weekend? Did everyone behave? I just did some painting. I really wanted to get more painting done today, but I got very sidetracked looking at STL files for for Catachans and things. So I didn't get quite as much painting as I wanted to get done. However, after stream finishes, when stream finishes tonight, I will do the normal food and shower and watch TV for an hour and get a little bit of painting done. I want to get that Dreadnought mostly finished by tomorrow and then do the basing on Wednesday. Trading Guardsman, Joucher? That's how I'm going to say it. Joucher is the name of the predator species. I did not know that. After years and years of watching Predator films. When I say Predator films, I mean Predator 1 and 2. I.e. the good ones. Ooh, hello. I did like Predator 2. I dig it. In the urban jungle. I haven't painted any humans in 40k for years, and I'm having a blast. You carry on? Hell yes. Well, Gabby, you should. I mean, painting flesh is it's always a joy. And the Catechin have got flesh for days, I believe is a phrase which could be used. I'm going to blame you. But I will also turn it into hashtag content. Would like to try and turn it into, get back to blogging and sort of keeping, some sort of written build diary or something, with them. And then obviously also do hashtag YouTube content. And also get some of them painted up on Twitch as well. I genuinely completely forgot they re-released Sly. Do you have WhatsApp features? Old Ripper Jackson. Because I didn't realise I did. I went to my cupboard and I thought, I better just check here and see what I actually have. I know I've got a bunch of... Ooh, hello. That's a really long thumb. Ooh. That's a freakishly long thumb. I thought I'd better just double check that I didn't already purchase Sly and completely forgot about it when I realised he'd been redone. I hadn't purchased him, but I did purchase old Ripper Doobry Firkins. Jackson. So now I have an excuse to actually blame it on you and also get her painted up finally. And AVP. I did watch AVP. I do like AVP. The first one. I did like the first AVP. The second one I get very confused what happens. That's when the alien predator thing. Wait, hold on. Alien versus Predator first one is when they go they go down and go to the underground pyramid of doom in a wherever it is. The second one is when is that the hunting one? Like in some small town in America? Am I getting confused with my weird films? Watch the Mohawk anniversary giveaway stream. How long has he been streaming? Now. I didn't realize. Over the week, didn't really have much internet. Like until basically, I was without internet for 2 whole days. I was without internet for 2 whole days while we were waiting for a new router to appear. By God, those 2 days, I did quite a lot of painting, and B, I also realized like how much time I spend on the internet. So I had like a backlog of YouTube videos that I wanted to watch. So I didn't really get to watch any streams over the weekend. Normally I power lurk like a beast, but I missed a bunch of stuff. So I was catching up. Shading flesh, it really is Gabba. I love painting skin. I know I'm not great at it, but I love it. It's so good. You've got Slimy painted in 2016. Oh, okay, fair enough. You watch Kickboxer? Oh, such a good film. I remember watching that at boarding school when I was definitely underage. I was not remotely 18. One of the school teachers I don't really know how this happened, truth be told. And there was nothing weird going on, just to clarify at the beginning of this sentence, this story. But somehow, my friends and I, like looking back on it, it certainly sounds as though weirdness could have easily happened, but whatever. So anyway, this teacher was out. He used to umpire like cricket matches in the summer. Because like, you know, when teams came to play us and when we went, you know, they would need an umpire, right? So he used to umpire the games and he was like, well, I've got a video machine. You can use it to watch Predator, Commando, Kickboxer, Bloodsport, Total Recall, RoboCop. Basically, all the amazing films which I know and love. Like the teacher let us use his flat to watch these 18 rated films. Oh God! Like looking back at it, it could well have been very dodgy. There definitely were those. Unfortunately, there were a couple of teachers who were. Well, that's all I'm saying on that one. But he wasn't, thankfully. I don't really know how it started though. That he sort of let us in. I think it was like our last term there, so like all of the summer term, basically every Saturday, we watched a couple of 18 rated films. I don't know if they were his or like there was some. I can't remember. I don't know if my friends ever brought them in. It'd been too weird. Anyway, but it was really good. It was really good. So you bleed like Miley. Wait, what? 6th year? Bloody hell. Gave away 40,000. Flipping Nora. Bloody hell. Well, good for him. 40k? I've been... That's solo. That's, I don't know. Evidently, I've been doing something wrong on Twitch. This July is my 7th year on Twitch. That just puts things into perspective. That does. I don't even know what to think about that, actually. I'm probably not going to try and think about it too much. Admittedly, a year and a half of it, I was moving house. And we're basically just refreshing again. But evidently, I've got to start doing all the things which generate income again. Anyway, yeah, so the weekend, I was basically just painting World Eater Dreadnought, not Terminator. That's what I did. And watched the YouTube videos that I'd been missed out on. There's one I've not got around to watching yet. A night shift one. I do want to watch that. He's weathering a snowy tank. So I do want to do that because when it comes to Imperial Guard, obviously, I'm going to do the Catachan. I've got the Vistroyan. I don't know how many of those boys I've got, truth be told. But I've got some. I would like to do like a lot of tanks. So I think what I'm going to attempt to do is... Gabba, I also had an idea, by the way. Remind me that I had an idea in a few seconds when I finish jabbering about my other plans. I think the main thing is I would like to do like an Emperor's Fist tank company kind of deal thing. That's what I would like to do because it's tons of vehicles and I like vehicles. Or I like the idea of them at least. But, so I've got the Vistorians that need to be painted up. I want to do these sort of... I will contemplate going up to 1,000 points with Catechans. I don't want to go wildly beyond that. I see this Catechan force that I've just thought into being as a sort of scouting party, I guess, as a front runner to the main tank force, if that makes any sense. So I want to go Scout Sentinels, a few Armored Sentinels, Chimeras, Gaunt's Ghosts, just so I can actually have them. Maybe a Hellhound or two. I like the idea of that for clearing dense forest of evil insects and just evil trees. So I think I'll do 1,000 points ish. I don't mind if it goes over by about 100, but beyond that is a no-no. Vistorians I'll try and keep around 500 and then do the tank company of doom. Right, now I was going to say something and I've already forgotten. Deathstrike. Emperors, no. I think they called it... So back in the good old days, Gabba. Back in the good old days, they did a thing called... in the Apocalypse. Back in the good old days when the Apocalypse happened. They did the Battle Company, but they also did an Imperial Fist Army, which was... I think it was basically 10 tanks. So I would like to... Emperor's Fist, Apocalypse army? I think there was a picture of it. Not the Imperial Fist. Here we go. I think I found a picture of it. So this box set, hold on. Make sure the pictures come up. So yeah. Obviously I had the 106 Space Marines, but they also did this box set, which was bloody amazing. The Emperor's Fist Tank Company. Does it say how many tanks? So in my mind, I want to do lots of tanks and centered around a Baneblade. I don't think this includes a Baneblade, truth be told, but that's what I want to do. So in my mind, I see that tank company, and then with a scouting party of Catechans in front of it. Yeah, that's what I see in my brain, at least. You remember the Linebreaker Squadron, 3 Vindicators? Oh God, yeah. Yeah. See, it's stuff like that which I miss a lot. I really miss it. I also found a PDF of Wiggly Eyebrows. This is 4th edition, I believe. Book cover art by Karl Kopinski. Check him out on Instagram, by the way. He had some health issues last year, and he's still recovering. And if you like your 40k, or indeed just Warhammer art in general, and beyond, then you should definitely go and check him out. He's an amazing illustrator. I absolutely love his work. Destroy the jungle with cannon fire and ordnance battery, then send in the Catechan. Pretty much. Like, in my mind, I see them with, as Chad said earlier, I do see them with mortars and lots of flamethrowers. But, okay, here we go. So, what I was thinking of, Gabba, I know this idea is stupid, but, so if you go to, the Astra Militarum Army, right? And then, so you got your Cadians, Catachan, and Deathcore of Krieg, right? But you also have mounted people here, right? Now, I was thinking to myself, Death Riders, Attilan Rough Riders, do you reckon the Catachans ever... Do you think they ever tamed like massive lizards and just rode them into battle? No, damn it. God damn it. They killed, but what I'm thinking is, right? You ruined my idea. You ruined it. Listen, what I'm thinking is, wiggly eyebrows, just riding into instead of on horses, frickin' lizards. It was only an idea. I'm glad you've purged that idea from my head, because this would be an expensive. I might try and do one. I might try and do one conversion, because I know this year I do want to do conversions on this channel, stream, etc. And I reckon it might be quite fun, assuming they kind of fit size wise. Now I'd get one of these. That'd be so amazing. I would really, I mean, I do understand. I didn't really think about it, truth be told. But I would get some of these geezers, I think. The Agrodon Lancers, they seem the right size. I'll get some of them, or one of them. I'm going to have to go to eBay to buy bits. I'd have to get some legs, of course, off some horsey riding people. So his legs are a bit too fancy. So either the Death Riders or the... They got the skirt bit on the legs. I'll have to see how the kits come apart, really. Where are the other horsey riding people? Where are the other horsey riding people? Where? Where are the old Rough Riders? Am I hallucinating? The Attilan Rough Riders, why were they not there? Anyway, I might try that conversion and see if we can do such a thing. They're better. You don't have to use the feathers on the tails either. Oh, okay. So I'm not as familiar as with those kits as I'd like to be. But that's what I was just pondering it. I was just wondering if maybe there was a chance. Maybe there was a chance that I could. I'm gonna give it a go. I'm gonna make that a project. We're gonna do that in May, regardless. Whether or not it's lore accurate, I'm gonna do it. See, this is where GW have messed up with the true hobby community by being greedy. It's so expensive to do. Oh, I know. Gabba, tell me about it. Like, I remember. So this conversion I did, which I stupidly don't have pictures of, really on this Instagram. I need to actually put pictures up. I completely neglected to. Anyway, this conversion I did, this chap, he was not a cheap conversion. Like, I was all over the place converting this boy up. He had some Raven Guard base. He had the Biker Chaplain, Primaris Biker Chaplain torso. He had Ragnar Blackmane's legs. He had the Lieutenant with bolter pistols arm. This arm was from that kit. Then I got the wings from one of those floaty boys, and then I slapped on the extra auxiliary skull bits from Black Templar's kit that I've forgotten the name of. This was so many bits. Now, in the good old days, I would have gone to the now that conversion was expensive. However, if we go back to my... Where is he? I did another conversion, but I used the bits... what do they call themselves? He was a pricey boy. Yeah, I know. I did use a lot of the bits, the cursed bits places across the internet. And he was pricey, but I didn't buy each individual kit brand new just for that one part. There was no way. I can't remember. I did buy one kit to start it off. The biker kit, because frankly, I just do like that kit. This guy was one of the first conversions I ever did. And I can't really remember what I did to him, truth be told. I know this hammerhead is different from... Is it Inquisitor? Was it this conversion? Yeah, I did a few weird things. Like I used a couple of different arms from different bits. But I acquired these bits via the old mail order stuff. They really are, Gabba. Thank God they exist. Like, as much as I kind of am irritated about them and vaguely, they are a savior. But, sorry, I just wanted to look through this. But, okay, so we've got the Catician 18 swamp rats that cover themselves in tyrannid juice to sort of blend in with the background. I need to find something like this. I mean, the Catician 18 swamp rats, that's pretty sweet. Especially in the era of 10th edition Leviathan, etc. Deathworld veteran patrols, heavy support mortar, booby traps. I'm a big fan of booby traps, and boobies. But here we go. Collecting and modeling a Catician army. Can we zoom in a little bit? We are starting to lose a bit of... Let's go to 160. You can squint a little bit. So this, I think they said was... This is all Caticians with the Ogryns. And they've got heavy weapons at the back. They got the old snipers. I need to get one of those, in fact. Heavy weapons, Ogryns, and then Scout Sentinel. Zany, what's going on? How you doing? Happy Monday. What's cracking? Square bases. These are round. Oh. Ooh. Good point. Good catch there. So these Ogryns are on square bases, along with this sniper. He is lying down, so he is on a rectangular base, but he's a lying down sniper. But these boys, these are the not the Out Here brothers, the Outland. No, what are they? I think that something weird's gone on with these ones. But they are on square bases. I didn't notice that. Happy Monday. How was your weekend, Zany? You've never seen... I have seen them before, but I genuinely forgotten about them until I read this morning. Or skimmed it, I should say. They had some... Because like I have Vistroyan snipers. Thankfully. I now need to make sure I get at least one Catician sniper. I need to do that, otherwise I'll feel bad. They're the old Bullgrin. Yes, that's what they are, Gabba. They are. I'd completely forgotten they even existed. You've been sick? I'm sorry to hear that, Zany. Hopefully, like, things are starting to pick up and you're starting to improve. I hope. You get a sniper in the Catician command box. I need to get that command box. I'm making an order after stream finishes tonight. Not after we've done a little bit more painting and I've showered and had food and watched TV for an hour. I'm going to come back and make an order. Trader Guardsman, that is a 90. It really is, isn't it? I need to get this book. I need to get it. I'm glad to hear that, Zany. So was it basically a weekend of, like, rest, hopefully, and not too much running around? But this is a lot of Caticians. I like, personally, from my point of view, I do like this a lot, but we've got a couple of chimeras here. We got and 2 Lehman Russes of 2 different varieties. I would like this here, but replace the Lehman Russes with Hellhounds. For me, that's very Cattishan. Oh, sorry, there's another one in the background. It was camouflaged by Camouflage and indeed Pixels. So I would like to basically replicate this. Couple of Chimeras, bunch of Geezers, couple of Command Squads, a couple of Hellhounds, and some Scout Sentinels. I think that's what we're going to vaguely go for, ladies and jelly spoons. You made one, you got a bunch of stuff in the cart. Good lad, Gabba. Good lads. What have you got in your cart? Was this a 3rd edition? I thought for some reason it was 4th edition. I didn't collect Imperial Guard. I certainly enjoyed reading all the. I certainly read as many of these things as I could back in the good old days. What are we doing camouflage-wise? I mean, I guess we go with, like, slapped on green makeup and stuff. I'm sorry, Zany. 9 adverts? I'm putting the lid on. Evidently, painting is not massively happening. I'm catching up on all the talking I've had to do. I'm making everyone, both on Twitch and indeed YouTube, hello YouTube, suffer with all the verbs and all the nouns and other words. Just a Sentinel, heavy weapons, and some paints. Your mech tank you've opened up was a surprise. Box like a greasy takeout. Oh man, what's your favorite greasy takeout? I don't really do takeaway very often. I will unfortunately always. Well, not unfortunately. I will always love a pizza. And I do like fish and chips, but that is a bit of a rarity. I do love Chinese and I do love an Indian, but those are also rarities. And I also love a kebab. I like all of that, but I rarely have it. 4 more. 4 more. How many adverts? That's a horrific amount of adverts. Here we got some painting. Painting over a white undercoat. Painting over a black undercoat. Painting and modeling camo. Stick foliage onto them. Foliage. Aluminium mesh. Was cut and wrapped around the las gun. So I guess that's one way we can kind of hide any really bad seams or anything which looks really horrific. We can hide it with tactical camouflage. The sprue looks melted. Oh my god. That's not good at all, Icarus. What brand is that? That's a return to element. Absolutely. Yeah, I would Icarus, I would take a picture and email it to the customer services. Straight away. Oh, that's Warhammer. Really? You know what? Icarus, you know what? You know what I would do? Personally. I don't know if they would do it, though. I would email them anyway. I would email Warhammer. I'd be like, yo, I purchased this. This sprue's melted. What do I do? They'll probably tell you to return it to the purchaser unless... Because they quite often be like, yo, we'll just send you a brand new box. Then you get auxiliary bits for free. Finally back, Zany, that was a lot of adverts. I do apologize. Element should send you a new one, absolutely. Oh, the Krios? Yeah. Well, no, they absolutely should send you a new one for free. You missed me, Zany. I was just babbling. I was running my mouth. Really. We're just having a look at this old codex. Talking about tactical camouflage. Foliage. The Cattishan Company organization. Fire support squad, infantry squad, infantry squad, infantry squad, infantry squad, infantry. So that's 5 infantry squads and a fire support squad per platoon. Now, I don't want to... I hate looking at pictures like this because it always makes me think, wiggly eyebrows, we can make this happen. We can make 1 platoon happen, right? We can do some catching devils. We can get some ogrins, some snipers, mortars, sentinels, and assault teams. Bang. Command HQ, and then that's your company. It's a major issue. I love looking... Look at this. Gordon Davidson personalized his troops and officers with parts from the bits box. Gav Thorpe made a demolition charge by cutting the serial off a comlink. Dave Thomas modeled a squad of Catachan devils using various extra bits, including Necromunda weapons and Mortime heads. Sweet, sweet Mortime, the best game of all time. It looks as if it's dipped in solvent. That's not good at all. That's a weird one. I yet to, touch wood, have that happen, but... I mean, I know these things do happen from time to time. I know I recently saw someone with the... They'd purchased the Champions of Slanesh box and ended up with a double of a sprue, which it should have been like... So they couldn't build the entire kit, basically. So GW just sent them a brand new one. How dare Twitch block my access to you? I know, Zany. I don't want to say, but I'm going to say that subscribing is a supreme way to defeat the adverts. But there we go. I know it's peak hobby Gabba. It makes me very sad. And thankfully these old books do exist. I just wish like they'd put the effort. I wish GW put the effort into doing this kind of stuff. Making jungle trees. We need to make jungle trees. Okay? We're going to make jungle trees. It's going to happen. If Chad's knocking around, that's like when I said earlier, use clay to make trees. I think this is what I was vaguely had in mind. Just an odd error. I have not seen that before either, Icarus. So yeah, that is a weird one. You made some jungle trees. Oh yeah, Ragnar? How? Complete Oasis? Nice. Were you happy with it? And also, how's Dubry Firkin 3? Baldur's Gate. It's money, money, money now. I don't want to agree with you. I don't want to agree with you. I do think you're right, though. It does make me sad. It does make me sad. Like, I know back in the good old days, as I call it, like, I didn't really have the money to get the miniatures, you know. Obviously, I want all the miniatures. That goes without saying. But, like, I didn't have the money to get huge amounts of minis and stuff. And kind of get fully... do half as much as I wanted to. But now I can afford it. Like, I find myself dipping back to the good old days to kind of... to get the inspiration. Because apart from the massive game boards that you do get occasionally, like in books these days, it's not really there. I'm chucking it soon because it's been gathering dust for 5 years. Have you got pictures and stuff of it, Ragnar? I wouldn't mind seeing it at some point. Fluent Code, how the devil are you? Happy Monday. What's going on? Hope you had a good one, dude. It was birth exactly, Gabba. Or very occasionally, like when I went to my grandparents, not just my grandmother. When I occasionally went to my grandparents, they spoiled me and they bought me a miniature. And also that one time, my very first miniature was bought by my friend's mum. Went to Gameswork, I'm going to say Gloucester. I don't know if that was actually where they lived. I can't remember where they lived. It was quite a drive away. But it was I'm going to say it Gloucester and just leave it at that. But we went to Games Workshop Gloucester, and she bought me my very first Space Wolves. Reliving the good old days. Yeah. I mean, I was chatting with the GW manager. Hold on, let's go to the face just so I can bless you with the face. I was talking to GW manager and saying, like, I was grumbling a little bit. I did mention more time as well. I was saying, like, having just painted 100, finished painting 106 Marines for my second company, it does make me appreciate the size of the Primaris. Like, there is a little bit more room to put the extra details on and be neater. So I do appreciate the size of the Primaris miniatures, but there is too much detail creeping in. Like, you can't paint them. I don't think you can really paint them quite as quickly. I don't know, as you used to be able to. Anyway, whatever. This one time in Bandcamp? Yeah, exactly, Ragnar. Remember the old classic 40k characters? Yeah. Gabba, I'm absolutely going to do that. I know other people have done that. I know Snakeworks, I think, has done that over on YouTube. He's all about the retro stuff. I do like his YouTube channel a lot. Back when you had all the time in the world, no, Fluent Code. Yeah, exactly. You had all the time in the world, but no disposable income compared to the reverse. Yeah. Exactly. So that's why, like, I do obviously want to be collecting. I did notice, like, the stuff I've liked tends to be stuff from the good old days. Oh, wrong one. Hello, screen share. So we are having a look at this because we're buying some Catechins. We're blaming Gabba for this Fluent Code, by the way. We're only doing about 500 points to begin with, but we are going to do some Catechins at some point very soon. Jungle Battlefields, and very cheap just after Easter. A quick tip. Sorry, I missed that one. Polystyrene eggs are now way better than balls. Oh, I see what you mean. Yes. Well, I do like a chocolate egg. Hey, there's a little orc house. Ogrins move more swiftly along trails than through the jungle. See, this is what made me think of it, Gabba. Look, has made a great Catechin Rough Rider using a Dark Elf Cold One. Oh, I didn't even think about that thing. Deathworld Veterans captained by Anthony Barth. Deathworld Veteran Sniper. Folks, look at this one. Look at her. Is that an old heavy bolter? I've never seen that conversion. I'm going to do it. I'm doing it. Hold on. Okay. Ooh. I'm going to do that conversion. It's May's. This conversion is one of May's projects, by the way, because May is just 2 days away. How cool is that? That's old Ripper Jackie. It is, isn't it? It is. It just clicked because I only scrolled down to this far before I started stream. But looking at her, right? I mean, that's basically the same character, right? That's very cool. That's really cool. Okay, let's get back here again. But that is the old heavy bolter, I think, isn't it? The old shoulder-mounted one? I'm not quite... Oh, it's a large-scale... Okay, so this is a large-scale sculpt using the old heavy bolter. That's what was going on there. You got the catch in STLs. I have looked... Fluent Code, I've also seen something called Space Nam on my mini factory, which I might have to get my hands on. Which are pretty saucy. Not saucy as in ladies missing their tops. Not that level of saucy, but they're as in pretty bloody awesome. I love this picture. Just gun on different shoulder, yeah. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one, or at least I can't remember it. So I'm glad that I'm going to keep blaming Gabba for this. I'm glad that he kind of smacked this into my brain, and I could get a chance to have a look at it all over again. What is this? Ambushes. Classic bit of artwork right there. Booby traps. We like boobies. Iron Hand Straken. So I do need to get this geezer. As we said, I'm ordering Sly. I have to really squint with these ones. Oh, here we go. Who's this? Katchin 24. The Waiting Death. Became famed for their almost exclusive and highly successful employment of booby traps. They would spend days, even weeks, preparing a large area with mines, improvised spike pits, log falls, and other deadly traps before their foolhardy beta squads would lure the enemy into the death traps awaiting them. Most notable of these achievements was the almost complete destruction of Warlord Crackskull's Orc Horde by completely covering the mile-deep Hell's Mouth Gorge on Arandra 5. So perfect was the trap's construction that almost all of the Greenskill Horde had started to come across the hidden ravine before the lake. The fake floor of branches and leaves gave way under their tremendous weight. You're gonna puke? You're gonna puke, Fluke? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You should have picks, but no pick. There are no picks. Son of a bee sting, Ragnar. Oh well. Don't you worry. It's all right. I don't want to press you into it. I do seem to remember you telling me about it before, though. That Oasis. Only Joking Third is quite a good rework for larger scale battles. It turned to poop later. See, this is the thing. Like, I love the good old days, but it is also, on top of that, it is blended into, I've realized I've not had any of my coffee today. My memory is so bad, I can't really remember what was good and what was bad. I just kind of remember bits of it. So that's why rereading all these old codexes and things is very enjoyable to me. I'm almost like reading it for the first time. In some cases, I definitely am reading it for the first time, but a lot of cases, it's just reading for a second or third time. Trader Guardsman, Catachan for Inquisitor. Hold on, wait, I missed something there. Not Slaneshi. What's not Slaneshi on that? Anyway, that is enjoyable. So, let me get back to the painting. Folks, we are painting. I know it's almost impossible to believe. Almost. But we are doing it. Live and on air. At the speed of a startled slug. This is third Genestealer that we've managed to tickle some paint on. I'm hoping tonight, after making my orders, we will be getting some more work done on our World Eaters Dreadnought. We are making progress with him, thankfully. He has been quite enjoyable, although I did discover that I completely derped up the build on one of his legs. Accidentally glued a bit on back to front or upside down or whatever. So I'm going to use a tactical amount of blood to hide it, and then hopefully people who haven't been told about it won't notice. I'm sure they will. I've got my wall of nerd just out of my normal camera view. I've got all the codecs. Oh god. I'm not saying I'm envious, because apparently envy is bad. I'm not saying I'm jealous, because apparently that is also bad. I'm thankful that someone has it all. I did used to collect, like, I didn't religiously collect White Dwarf back then. In the 90s. I did have a subscription for a couple of years, which was a fantastic time. I would say probably 1996 I might have started a subscription. For probably 2 years. And no more, unfortunately. I had boxes of the magazines, and unfortunately, I don't know what happened to them. Moved house too many times, and it just disappeared. It is a sad thing. All right. Oh. Check general chat. You posted 2 pics from your Libra exam book. Okay, hold on. 204 was your very first issue. What do you know? What magazine? What the front cover looked like? I don't know what. I genuinely don't know what my first one was. Oh, dude. That's what a Catachan Devil looks like. That's not what I thought it was. Like, I can't. I know I've read a description of it or something on it at some point, but it's so long ago. I've actually forgotten what it looked like. What it's supposed to look like. My God, that's awesome. A Catachan Face Eater. I wish I could draw and paint, like illustrate. Like what is that? To me, I know exactly what that looks like. Have you seen that one film? What's it called? It's got Ryan Reynolds in for a bit. It's in a space thing. Space, like the International Space What's It kind of deal. They catch a meteor with a thing on it, and it grows, and it turns into a little weird wibbly wobbly thing. And it does get someone like that, I think. I think it splats them on the face. Like it splats them on the face and they die. 232 is yours. You got the release of Battlefleet Gothic. So enjoy my... I should really bring a picture up of that. So people know what I'm talking about. Who aren't in my Discord. Rather than that weird description that they got instead. What was that film though? All I can remember is it Ryan Reynolds and some other people in it. I liked I've never played Battlefleet Gothic. I'm Googling it. I'm having to... I like the film. I've seen it at least 4 times. And it was a good one. At least in my humble opinion. But I like many things. Life is what it was called. Thank you, Fluent Code. Yeah, 2017. Was that it? Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, I do like that one. It's got some pretty horrific death in it and stuff. You still have 2 Space Marine strike cruisers in Blister. Are you ever tempted? Or are you ever tempted to just whip them out? I know I've already asked you that before. Don't take that out of context, folks. It's very PG. These guys will eventually be finished. Sometime this century. Oh, we've got a little bit of foot there to paint. I'm going to Google. I have a sneaky suspicion my first White Dwarf was in 1995. Because I would have purchased a few of them before wanting to get more. Like, sign up, subscribe. White Dwarf covers, I think, is a book, is what I want to... What was on the cover? This is exactly what I'm going to have a look at. Well, that's the thing. I can't remember. That's the problem. That is the problem. I can't remember what was on the cover. Which is a frustration. I'm literally just going to have to scroll... I mean, it could have been... See... Oh, my God. 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 I'm not saying it was this one. I'm not saying it was this one. I don't even know if the month is... 188. When would that have been? The Tyrannid Sword, like, oh my God. Got some Catachan geezers here, Gabbert, with the Bulgrins on the square bases. Atalan Rough Riders. Genestealers. The old Screamer Killer. The Harpies, I think they're called. I get the names wrong. Flying in. Oh! Valiant Dwarfs battle. Prepare to do battle with the oncoming Skaven Horde. This was... August 95. Okay, so when I started, I moved into my next school in September of 1993. Is that right? Yeah. Moved into the dorm. A friend of my, so a couple of the lads in that dorm were both painting Warhammer. So we were chatting, and then 1994. That is when I went halves. I think with one of them for like one of the, was it the Space Marine paint set, and that was also 1994 is when I got my first Space Wolf properly. Yeah, that sounds right. 1994, but yeah. August 1995. That makes sense. So maybe I got one even before then. Blood Angels Death Company. Oh, Legio Metallica. Oh. This is what I like for battle reports. I do like the pictures a lot, but when it comes to like placement on this map and stuff like that, can't beat it. Nids and Blood Angel Death Company for 40k, Plague Engines for Epic, and Dark Elves for Warhammer Fantasy Battles. I do remember this one. I think it was definitely in 95 that unfortunately I don't have any of them. It makes me sad. It really does. Like in some really weird way. Anyhow. So yeah, by the way, you'll have noticed I'm not painting the tops of these Genestealers heads. We're just going to slap on Genestealer purple over the top. And then we're sort of going to do a very rough blend, and then the thingamajiggle purple over the top of that. Joshy Violet. Battle Squig, oi oi. I've rebought tons of those from eBay. I know, that's the thing. I suspect I'm going to have to do the same. And it makes me sad because I know that they're not £2.50 or £1.80 or whatever they were. They're going to be a lot more than that. You still have every... Oh, God damn it, Gabba. Good for you. That is awesome. Genuinely. I love reading the old Marienburg stuff, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. The best thing is an old copy is usually cheaper than a new one. Oh, is it Fluent Code? Oh, God. Okay, well, listen. I need to find the very first one I really remember. Like, properly remember. Like, because I know I had them into, like, 1997, 98. I even had, like, 1999, I think, is... Maybe I was subscribed to them for a lot longer than I realize. Or I was just buying them monthly without subscribing. Like a lunatic. Does anyone subscribe to them still? Like, I don't really get the magazines these days. Like, I do occasionally if there's something specific going on. Then I'll be all over it's like a saucy rascal. But generally, I don't. Because they're not from the good old days. Treat yourself once a month and it's like having a worthwhile subscription. Yeah. Like I do, as I said, I do occasionally buy one. Like usually I tell you what gets me. If there's something free in it. Like occasionally like you get a one with like transfers in for like was there a Wolf Spear one or something like that somewhat recently in the last few years? I purchased that one because I thought, oh, well, it would be rude not to. It would be rude not to. But I don't generally buy that magazine anymore. Is my coffee actually heating up? What's going on? Turning it into hot mode. They're all in a big ass box under the stairs. We all appreciate big ass box for putting things into. I have a variety of. Actually, they're not massive. They are quite capacious though. I'm looking forward to unpacking them though, because I got a lot of the Necromunda sort of hardback books, which I'm looking forward to getting those all out and stuff like that. Anyone a Warhammer Plus subscriber? If so, they do. Oh, if so, do they still update the old White Dwarf page? I have a bunch of scanned ones from somewhere, if I can find them. But obviously, scanned ones aren't the real deal, unfortunately. Like they're enough to sort of scratch the itch for a little bit, but they're never going to be like the real thing, unfortunately. I've kept White Dwarves up to 393. What was on the front cover of that bad boy? But I mean, back then, like I was into many things. Like, so I used to collect. I did not collect the magazines. What did I get? I used to get Computer Gaming magazine. I can't remember which one it was off the top of my head. But I used to get one of those in 1996. It was there was a Computer Gaming magazine, and also for some stupid reason, like some car magazine. It would have been like, this is how you put a stereo in your car and make it really obnoxious for your neighbors. One of those sorts of car magazines. Because I used to really like the... I don't know. There was something about it. It's why I like Fast and Furious, I'm afraid. Max Power, that's the one. Yes, absolutely. I don't know why I never had a car at that time. No, I think, hold on. I've been trying to remember this recently. It's been driving me around the bend. So I did get Max Power. Actually, that was I tell a lie. When I think I got some Max Power magazines when I was 16. And I sort of bought that on and off for a couple of years. Until I got my very first car, which was a Mini. Ideal for putting all the subwoofers in the world. That was when I moved school, so that was in 97. But before that, in 95, 96, like a magazine came out. I think 96, maybe. Maybe I'm getting the school muddled up. There was a couple of magazines. One was called Taboo, which was taboo. It was all like weird things in it. It wasn't filth, but it was like, what would it have been in that? I can't even remember what the hell was in that magazine. I don't think it lasted too long, or it just changed the topic that it sort of focused on. But it was all very weird content. GW have done some awesome Space Marine transfers in old WD. Aurora Chapter, Death Spectre. So I got the Wolf Spear one. Death Spectres and Aurora Chapter I've not got. I need to get those. The two big ones were, I got Max Power. Fast Car, I think, was wishful thinking. You bought an X... Oh, really, Fluent Code? You bought an X Max Power? Wow. Legend. Like, back then, when I was 18 and didn't know any better, or when I was soon to be 18 and didn't know any better, I would have thought getting one of those cards would have been the best thing in the world. Well, there are probably three things. Getting a sweet car was one of them. Sweet White Dwarf, like, Games Workshop miniatures would have been another. And I think we can all guess what the other one was. But that was... But at an all-boys school, that didn't happen. So, sad times ensued. Taboo was mostly filth. I'm glad you remember it. Okay. Right. Was it mostly filth? Maybe that's why I bought it. I can't remember. I seem to remember, was it not lots of, like, horrific... Because at the time, I was thinking to myself... I don't know, actually, I don't think this was an excuse. I seem to remember there were lots of like horrific wounds and, murders in it and stuff like that. Like pictures of, I was going through a phase, evidently. I think that's why I purchased it a few times. I was trying to play it off like I didn't buy it. I bought it. But I can't remember if it was... maybe I'm getting my magazines muddled up, in fact. Maybe that's what's actually happening. A likely story, Ragnar. How very dare you? How very dare you? What's a likely story? No smut. Oh, I'm pretty sure there was some smut in it. However, I was at the age when acquiring that was not. I mean, it wasn't too bad. You rest your case. No. I'm just saying that wasn't the reason why I bought that particular magazine. That was like an added bonus, I guess, if we really want to talk about it like that. But for some reason, I was very interested in like. Unless I'm getting the I'm slightly. I do keep thinking that I'm getting the name of the magazine wrong. Like, I know that magazine existed, but I'm pretty sure there was another one. I seem to remember there being two different ones of similar content, is what I'm trying to say. And I can't remember. Nuts, no. Definitely not that. I'm looking for the site where I uploaded pics before Instagram. Photo Bucket? It wasn't Photo Bucket, was it? Those rascals keep sending me bloody emails. Like, I used to upload images to Photo Bucket and then onto, bulletin boards. Right when I was in the car club. When I was in the club, took pictures of our cars, uploaded them to Photo Bucket, and then onto the bulletin board, onto the forum, whatnot. Oh, Imgur? That could have been it. Yeah, WordPress site. I mean, not a WordPress site. Photo Bucket. Not MJ, it was a make your own website thing. Bloody hell. I don't even know. Moon Eyes, hello. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you then. Happy Monday to you. I hope you're well. What is cracking? Not MJ, it was insanely popular. MySpace? Sweet MySpace. I assume I still have my old MySpace account. There's no way I'm clicking on it on stream, by the way. But I assume it still exists. I can't remember when I stopped using it, but it started to get very weird. Like the MySpace that I remember, it started changing quite drastically. I think there was a lot of personalization on it, I think. And I see, from what I remember, you're not talking about GeoCities, are you, Ragnar? If you want to go back GeoCities, yeah. WordPress had its own forum hosting. I'm going to have to drink some coffee. Hold on. Oh, it's hot. It is in the hot mode after all. Can't quite see it without me spilling my coffee, I'm afraid. It says, oh, you can see hot. Just about. But I put it back into warm. Oh, dear. I am going to actually log into my MySpace at some point. See if I can still. I'm slightly curious as to how it looks these days. See if old Tom is still holding #1 spot. Did they? Really? When do you think that happened? God, good with the English today. Goody gumdrops, another one done. God, we're doing really well, ladies and jelly spoons. Oh, it was Blogger. Oh, wow. Okay, I've used them as well. Nice. Looks like it's still live. We haven't risked logging back in. No? Can't tempt you. That's the problem. Like, I've been receiving emails from bloody... Photo Bucket. That's what I was trying to say. Saying, oh, you got to log in, otherwise you might lose your photos. I've not been interested in my photos for probably about... I don't even know when I last used that website hosting service, like 10 years ago or something. I don't think I've been bothered about them since then, but I'm slightly curious as to what is on there. Like, I know it's going to be a bunch of car stuff, which isn't going to be important. But I am slightly worried that maybe there is obviously I've done without that picture for 10 years. Doing without it forever is not going to be a disaster, but I'm always slightly, just in case there is a picture there, which I, for sentimental reasons of like, I don't know, a family trip somewhere. God knows what. But I don't want to log into Photo Bucket. That's the problem. You can even log in. If I remember my own MySpace, I would instantly go blind. Well, this is the thing. I don't think I never got into the full-on personalizification of MySpace. I know that was a thing. That's basically when I started drifting away from it. I thought, okay, it's enough. Too many people were adding sparkly things and flickering lights all over the place, and I was not really concerned, but also slightly concerned that I might have a seizure from the horrific amount of disco lights that the people were adding to their webpage, personal pages. So I kind of just stopped going. I think it probably coincided with, I don't know what came first, Twitter and Facebook. Probably Facebook, in fact. I know when I went to a friend's wedding in 2006, 7, 8, something like that. I forget the year. I was chatting to an old college friend, and they were like, "Are you on Twitter?" And I said, "No. What is this thing?" And they told me. I flew back to England and joined up. Oh, Oasis is on. Oh, is it? It was. Ragnar. Thank you for sacrificing an hour of your day. Facebook before Twitter. Okay, so I was definitely on Facebook. And then, yeah, that would have been right. That makes sense. I did get it. Like I said, I'm terrible with dates. I'm terrible with remembering anything. Back when it was still okay. Back when it was different. I don't mind using it. I'm not I was never massively keen on it to begin with, though. So I think... Like, which is why I know another site's popped up. Was it Blue Sky? I did join up there, but the thing is, I was never massively all over Twitter to begin with. So I've never really been kind of it never really bothered me, and I've never been massively like keen on finding another version of like Twitter or whatever to like jump to get the same kind of thing, if that makes sense. So I've never really bothered putting time into Blue Sky as a result. What I like is Instagram. Unfortunately, that's just been butchered. And as far as I know, there is no alternate version of that. If there was an alternate version of Twitter, what's the one? Instagram, but without the reels, without the video nonsense. If they cut out that entirely, I will allow video for like the daily story, which disappears in 24 hours. I will allow that one. The reels, the video on your timeline as you scroll, no. Get rid of that, annihilate it, put it in the bin, trash it, utter waste of time. I hate it. Thank you. Feel slightly better now. Political reasons, yeah, well the thing is I've spent a long time trying to ignore politics, Ragnar, as you know. Both like on my social feeds and stuff like that. And I just ended up blocking so many people because that's all they wanted to talk about. And frankly, I just don't care. I know I probably should. But I just don't. And so I just ended up blocking so many people because that's like they were constantly getting their knickers in a twist about whatever latest political disaster there was going on. And I was just like, I just want to paint miniatures and attempt to slightly get better at painting. I have no interest in any of it. And I know a lot of people seem to find this very hard to believe. But there we go. That's all there is to it. Back in the days of a simpler internet. Oh, God, yeah. Does anyone actually remember when Insta was just about applying 36? Yeah, I remember Fluent Code. Yeah, I do. That's with the good old days. That's when I liked Instagram. Like I knew when I saw the stories being introduced and I thought, oh God, this is a bit weird. I've kind of got down with the stories a little bit more. I'm attempting to use them a little bit more. But still not happy with it. I would be even happier if they just got rid of like all the video stuff on the place entirely. That's what would make me happy. Unfortunately, I don't think that would make the investors happy, so guess who has to suffer? That would be this guy. Yeah, anywho. Hi, Farm. Hello. What's going on? What's cracking? Happy Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Tell me your things. Tell me your secrets. Okay, we need more paint again. Oh my God. Tell you what, I'm going to be very happy once these rascals are off the table. That's for sure. We had a good week. I had a good weekend. Sorry, was that your parents yesterday and saw their kittens? Oh, hello. How many are there of these little beasts? Two small ones, 3 weeks. Oh, okay. Are they like theirs? Or do they have a cat which has just recently spawned auxiliary kittens into the world? What is that? That's a hair. We need to, while I wash this brush out, there's a hair there, which I will attempt to remove. Trying to run around and be active, but still stumbling around. Oh, I feel that. Okay. Oh. Hold on. I need a blade. All right, hold on. Steady. Hey, we got rid of it. Woohoo! We've done so much painting today. It's been ridiculous. So much painting. And it's 7:15 and there have been 0 drop frames. Now I've said that, of course, it's going to start happening. But that is a good time. That means 0 drop frames, happy days, and all that good stuff. Hopefully the rest of the week will continue like that. Dropping frames is a bad time. Alrighty. Alrighty, Diney. Ragnar. Oh. You rascal. Thank you. Sorry, how was Baldur's Gate? Or are you still sort of doing your thing in there? Zombella. Hey, Zombella, I know. Well, productive for me at least. It's It seems to always be a constant fight between getting sidetracked and work. Oh, bloody hell. Getting sidetracked is like the big the boss battle that I always find myself up against. If there was a secret trick that I could just speed run it, I'd be very happy. Okay. Ah! So what am I supposed to do? I don't know, Ragnar. I don't know. Well, I mean, obviously the next thing you want to do is consider your next project. Consider the next project. Always think of the next project rather than the current project. So yeah, that's what you should do. I really wish I could find those bloody files that I saw earlier today. I'm so irritated. I saw them like half an hour before stream because I was going, "Ooh, I like that one. That's very cool." And then it disappeared on me, and I'm very irritated. Very irritated. You opened it, left it for 2 hours, and closed it. Yeah, it's overrated, isn't it? It's overrated. I think that's the problem. People were all about it. And then they realized the reality of it and thought, not worth it. I have 3 projects on the go. Catechins, which is the newest, EC box, and a bunch of 30k Alpha Legion stuff like Alpharis. I reckon juggling projects is the way to go. Seriously. I've obviously got these cursed Genestealers. I've got these Genestealers, and I've got... where's my camera? I've got this Dreadnought here, which I'm working on as well. Like off camera. I say off camera, off stream. So that will become a YouTube video. So don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications if you're on YouTube. So I do attempt to work on a couple of projects. I would like to be able to do 3 projects. That would be ideal. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's possible. So I have built. Going into next month, we have got Emperor's Children as well. So we will be mixing those in. Your projects go back to 29. Listen. Hey, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I swear to God. There are some projects which just are a longer burn than others. You don't want to rush these projects. You want to take your time. You want to go full on Oasis song. Yeah, there is that Carrion Empire book. Hold on, I'm just trying to find this. Wasn't Cyberforge, was it? No. That's Titanforge anyway. I'm just having a... I can't... How do you spell the geezer's name? We're going to find... I'm going to find this STL because it was too cool to not share. Oh! Oh, here we go. Here we go. I found it. Okay. Gabba, here we go. So before I was looking at Reptilian Overlords. That was a mistake. I mean, it was a mistake. They have great stuff. That's new recruit. What? What just happened? That's... Hold on. Hold on. We're going to get there in a second. Got so confused. Where is... All right. So, if you go to Night Soul Studio. All right, here we go. So, check these bad boys out. We've got Vasquez. Straight out of Aliens. Oh! How cool is that? I mean, that is a heavy bolter, right? Basically. So we got her. Commando Captain. Very cool. We got a lot of... Okay, so we got Rambo. With his massive knife and silenced thingamajiggle and his bow. But here we go. So here we go. We've got... Commando Squad. Right here. We've got a variety of awesome characters. Which you could easily smash into 140k. Definitely not Dutch. Sorry. Wait. Oh, bloody hell. What's his name in Commando? I'm drawing a complete blank. This is terrible. Anyway, there is an STL for him. So I might, at some point... Schultz. No. Arnie. Arnie's character in Commando. Silent and smooth, just like always. What the hell's... Oh, flipping Nora. It's not Dutch, because that's Predator. Anyway. Friend bought the Aliens pack for another game. I do have some... I have the Queen Alien to paint at some point. Matrix. That's the one. Thank you, Ragnar. Thank you for putting me out of my misery. Yeah. So anyway, they got the Jungle Fighters, which are pretty cool. They're all very sort of Catachan-esque. You know? They've got head parts, which are always good. So some head swaps, I might be slightly tempted to get this for some head swaps. I'm not sure. So that is a good thing about 3D printing. You can like slap on some different heads if required. Is there something else I wanted to show you? There's Blaine. And there's Commando Colonel Straker. Iron Hand. A different version of him, but also pretty cool. So yeah, this is Night Soul Studio. I will smack that into chat just in case anyone is interested. Did you get the Predator ones? I did not. No. How were they? Were they good? Are they good? Look up Aliens, Heroes of... oh, that does sound familiar. Damn it. Okay, I will put the keyboard back away properly in a second. But I'm going to look at... That does sound really familiar. Hold on. Bum, 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 bum. Out of stock. Okay, so I do have... Is Gale Force 9? I need this. Damn it. I have the Alien Queen. I need this. Way more than I need. Well, just leave it at that. So I've got an Alien Queen. Getting those would be awesome. Somehow. I'm not sure my friend who showed me that site got the Predator one. Oh, okay. They're so cool. Like, how long ago are we talking that these were out? Awaiting reprint. Need all... Tell me about it, Gabba. I wish I didn't. Listen, it's got Alien... If it's attached to Alien or Aliens, Predator, any of the good films, then I've got issues. Or we have issues. It's available to back order from places. And bloody Amazon has it. God damn it. All right, I'm looking away. We're looking away. We're not looking at it. We're not looking at it. Out of sight, out of mind. I got Catechins to buy first. Thank you very much, though, High Farm. I don't think I had seen that particular one. I think I was getting confused with something else. Also very easy to assemble, even for people that are new. Well, easy to build stuff is good. Like for people getting into the hobby. And indeed who just like might have difficulty manipulating like little bits of plastic and stuff like that. You know? All right. But you see then, Gabba, what you could do is that would give you an excuse. That would give you an excuse to get the that research center. That Forgewell did, and I'm actually now drawing a bloody blank on it. Oh no. Anyway, that one. I want to say beta something or other, but I think it's completely wrong. I'm one of my favorite bits of scenery. I'm now just drawing a blank on. But now you'd have an excuse to go, oh well. Now I've got the miniatures. They need somewhere to sort of, you know, chill out in. What better would be a place infested with aliens? By the way, if you are watching on Twitch, don't forget to use your channel points. If we hit that goal this month, then obviously I give 5 subs. Unfortunately, that's not really a thing on YouTube. I do apologize, but that's just how it is. I don't think there's any sort of similar mechanic over on YouTube for me to gift memberships. If we hit a goal like that. So, do apologize. All the points. I don't know how many points we've got left, but I know we were on 72%, and we got 2 streams left. We got today. Well, we got tomorrow. We've got Wednesday, and that's it. That, ladies and jelly spoons, is it. We're at 79%. We've done 7% today. We've got 2 streams left. Another 14 would be 93%. Assuming we get equal points tomorrow and the next day. Ooh. We're so close, yet so far. Easy. Yeah, but the people have to deploy the points. Because points literally mean prizes. In this case. Ragnar, what are you up to this evening? I suppose I should also take this opportunity to wiggle my eyebrows like that and say, I too have a throne. Thank you for asking. Although I know no one asks, but just in case you were silently asking, I'm reading your mind. And there it is. You recently fell into the VTuber hole. Okay. In what way? In what manner? Are you going to become a VTuber? Is that what we're talking about? Are you birthing it? A VTuber character thing? I don't know what I would do if I was going to be a VTuber. They all have to be anime things. Is that the deal? In which case I can't be a VTuber. You are going to be one. Well, hello there. Are we talking like full-on Twitch streaming or like YouTube videos? What are we talking about? Tell me. Talk to us. And what... Also, I would totally have to be an anime thing. Okay, well, I can't do it then. It's out of... I cannot be a VTuber. I'm being gatekept. The gatekeeping is real. But that's okay. No, you're not. Are you not? Why not? Or are you just watching VTubers? Like, they're definitely not something I'm... It does... I don't... It's something I don't get myself. Not really a thing I'm going to be watching. But it's just like tons of clips and reels and stuff. Oh, okay. And you've been enjoying that? Like when you say recently, last like week or so or longer? Okay, we got to do all the... Oh, God. So I hate painting these. Well, I suppose Space Marines also have elbow joints. I suppose, but they don't have these stupid lines down their arms, which is very irritating. Like these weird... fleshy bits of, like, I don't know what it's supposed to be. Ribbed for your pleasure. Wibbly bits. You're doubting your spelling of week? Hold on. No. Your spelling is absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. I do occasionally doubt my own spelling. Sometimes. Do you ever look at a word you've written? You write the word down, right? Excuse me, I do apologize. You write the word down, and then you're just looking at it going, that word does not look right. I do find myself that happening quite a bit. It's like, I'm just looking at this word, and it's like, that just does not look like... And the more you look at it, it just doesn't help. It's like, this is not helping. I'm going to have to break out the spell checker because this is going to give me a headache otherwise. It's so irritating. I hate it. Gribbly fleshy bits? Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I do like painting flesh, but I think I like painting human flesh the most. Week. Constantly? Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. It is infuriating though, like that it happens. It's like, why? It's not the first time you've written this word down, you blithering idiot. You know how to spell it. What's the deal? Eh? Okay. I'll tell you what the deal is, though. I'm absolutely starving. Absolutely verging on ravenous. So when I watch a film tonight, after I've showered and had food and ordered Catechins off Element Games. Yes, Element Games using my affiliate link. Wiggly eyebrows. I will be continuing to... Oh, no, I'm not. No, bugger. No. Yes, I will continue to paint these guys because I don't want to be painting these tomorrow. Not that we're remotely finishing them tomorrow. But there's no way I'm going to be painting these tomorrow. Tomorrow, during the day, I need to get painting early. I need to get that rascal. I need to get him chipped and weathered. Mostly. I want to do the base on Wednesday. The buttery biscuit base. I must remove that command from Element Games. Sorry, from Stream Elements. Because Nightbot does the same thing. It's a bit irritating. I do apologise. That only affects YouTube folks that get the double YouTube Element Games link. I do apologise. Right, we need more paint. I've got to keep my eyes on the time. 7:38, ladies and jelly spoons. 7:38. Not too bothered about, like, if things that look messy or whatnot. It is flesh after all, and, you know, flesh has always got kind of wibbly wobbly bits going on. Not everything is pristine, and they're like, you know, birthmarks and weird wibbly wobbly bits all over the place. So we don't need, like, the markings don't need to, like, it doesn't all need to be perfect. To be honest, I've thought about streaming mostly because friends can just pop in, and that would force me to actually finish games. Ragnar, you should do it. Well, you do what you want, obviously, but you should do it if you want. I do agree, though. I do agree. I have pondered recently, like, maybe just doing a separate channel just for gaming. Just so it'll make me finish games as well. Because I just don't get any gaming time at the moment. I don't think that would magically generate free time for me, though. That would be the issue. But hypothetically, I like the idea of it. Because I've got so many bloody games that I want to play. Admittedly, a lot of them are just first-person shooters. But I do want, you know, just playing some games would be nice. I've not played anything since months. Effort, though? Yeah, unfortunately. A lot of things require that. It's very tedious. It's very tedious. No, I did not see the new Doom trailer. I did not see it, no. I probably should do. Dear. Thanks, Nightbot. God, this room is hot. Hot! Oh, thanks, Ragnar. I will click that in just a moment. How are you liking that trailer? Should I get my hopes up? Is it too early? It's probably fun for people who like Doom. I do like Doom. I do like Doom. Although, obviously, like, I have not been following... Like, obviously, I have played the previous two sort of iterations of it. On stream, in fact. I've not really been following, like, the project. I know it's... Is it Medieval Doom? Is that correct? With deep knowledge here. No clue. Okay. Well, you have... I think that's the only clue I do have about it. So beyond that, I don't know. I know Medieval Doom does exist, though. Honestly, what I would like them to bring back Quake somehow. Although now I've said that, they'll do an awful job of it. This music's sounding a bit familiar. That bit there did no 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 no. Can't put my finger on what I'm thinking of, though. Oh, well. Let's get Snazzy Boy here. Hexen. Oh, God. Yeah. Hexen would be sweet. Heretic would also be pretty interesting. I can't remember which one came. Was it Hexen first, then Heretic, or the other way around? Or am I merging two completely different games into another? I do remember playing them on the school computers, though. It was Wolfenstein 3D, Doom 1, then Doom 2, which is where I spent most of the time. Heretic and Hexen, a friend had those. I just tended to watch him play that rather than... And then Quake, when that came out. I didn't really play huge amounts of Heretic and Hexen. Medieval Doom, yeah. I definitely remember playing it, but not nearly as much time as I spent playing Doom. And was there a game called... I know there's a recent game called Thief. Maybe I'm just getting confused with Heretic or something. Because I do keep forgetting the name that game exists. 1998. Okay, there was a game. Okay, there was a game called Thief back in 1998. I can't believe I typed in old PC game. Yeah, okay, so Thief. That's the very first Thief in 98, I remember as well. Never got any of the other ones, though. Thief 2, The Metal Age, and Thief. Deadly Shadows, and Thief. And just Thief. Yeah, I never got... I do remember it. I just can't... Anyway, will not be play. Maybe we'll do a retro game channel. I don't think I can do that. It was a good concept. Never finished it either. Yeah, I mean, back then, it was mostly, excuse me, first-person shooters for me. Command and Conquer. Command and Conquer, I forget the order, so I do apologize. Tiberian Sun and Red Alert. I kind of stopped after whatever the last one was out of those three. GTA 1 and 2. GTA 1. And then there was GTA London. I don't know if that was GTA 2, though. I'm not 100% sure on that one. Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon. 1 and... Ghost Recon had a couple of CD expansions, or not CD, DVD expansions, I think, called... I can say Tropical Thunder and Desert something or other. An Arctic... Maybe there were 3. That was the very first time I joined a clan. There was a weird, like, in the UK there was a I can't remember what it was, but it was kind of like sorry, it was like a service for video games, and I seem to remember the logo was sort of a ladder or something like that. Can't really remember, but anyway, I think via that I managed to sort of find a clan type thing which played Ghost Recon sort of competitively, I think, in some weird manner. No Discord, everyone had to host their own yeah. Like, I was only on, like I joined clans and that was it. I certainly didn't run any. I mean, maybe now is the time to start a clan. Where everything's easy. You know? I did enjoy that, though, about, you know, the forums and stuff like that clans had. Even if they were just like tiny little forums with not many people using them. But I did like that aspect of it. People with similar interests. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Ragnar. And now just the forum is Twitter or Blue Sky or whatever. That's it. Everyone has to... Yeah. I would still use forums. I would use them more often, in fact. Maybe I need to get back to kind of trying to hunt them down, because I know people still use them. I used to use them all the time. All the time. Back in my days? Oh no, it's terrible. It was good, though. Because, like, you sort of just chatted away and... made friends even on the other side of the world. Just chatting about, like, for example, like, at one, like 3D modeling, or cars, or bloody computer games. I need some more purple paint. Ow. Right, a little bit more purple paint. We've done the front row. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to do, which I will finish all of these 5 tonight. Not on stream, because I'm eyeing up the time. Only got sort of 14 minutes left, so I'll probably kind of do this one and then meander towards whatnot. Whoopsh, whoopsh. Mods. Hold on. Yeah, the social aspect seems to have retreated in closed communities. Yeah, this is very true. It's very sad. It's very sad. Like, I suppose in some aspects, like Discord has taken over in some aspects. It is a lot more real time though. Like, you know, you get the chat happens, it happens in real time and then the conversation's done with. You can scroll back and search for histories, and like splintering off like a segment of chat into like a separate branch or thread. And I know they have they have recently added a forum kind of style posts and stuff like that into Discord. So a lot of it has happened there, but it is a weird thing. Like in the good old days, I was a lot more comfortable with joining random forums than I am these days when I just like joining a new Discord. I'm not, you know, I'm not massively, as you may or may not have noticed. I wish I was like better on the Discord, and it's something I know I've been saying for ages. I do want to use it more, but I just find it. Don't know. We'll get there eventually. Message got blocked. Discords feel weird. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate Discord. I just used it so much in the good old, well, not in the good old days, when I was playing EVE Online and stuff. I used it. And then when I stopped playing EVE Online, I sort of dropped it, and there was amount of time. What? Did the message get blocked? Not on my side, I don't think, unless it happened elsewhere. Anyway, I do apologize. I'm sure it was absolutely innocent. Auto mod. Oh, okay. Weird. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, like, I don't hate Discord. It's just, like, joining random Discords, I'm just not so keen on it these days. And I know I need to get better at being in my own Discord. Maybe one day. Fluent Code, oh god, don't bring back EVE memories. Constant. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, exactly those. Well, before we used Discord, we used, like, I'm not like an OG EVE player. I can't quite remember when I started. I have to find my first character. But when I first started playing EVE, we were using... Bloody hell. I have a sneaky suspicion we might have been using TeamSpeak. I think we were using TeamSpeak. And then I know, like, then I joined one alliance and they were using Slack, and that was really good. I did like Slack. AOL chat rooms. Oh, bloody hell. Zombella. Jesus. Yeah. And CompuServe had them as well, didn't they? Because I think we had a CompuServe ISP thing at some point. We didn't go down the AOL route. We used CompuServe for a bit. Until, I don't know, I can't remember. But AOL chat rooms, yeah. Don't hate it, the ease of setting up. One streamer I know uses Eve Music as background music. Oh, you know what? I've not listened to Eve Music in a while. Maybe I should. Problem is, once I start playing it, Ragnar, there's going to be the constant temptation to just like, just fire up one of my old characters. Just to clarify, I was terrible. Like, PvP was not my thing. Industry was, and trading. That was what I enjoyed. TeamSpeak or Mumble. Yeah, God, I can't remember. It was weird. Like, I joined... The first alliance I joined... the first corporation that I joined up... I think I sort of ended up with being part of AAA. I think. And trying to set up Mumble or TeamSpeak. Oh, it's just... I can't even remember how to do it now. Fun times. AOL was only good for free coasters. Yeah, you're not wrong. You used to have on IRC for a while. Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah, no, I don't... None of the corps I was in used IRC. It was definitely TeamSpeak. Occasionally, like... It was weird, like... Corporation side, we used TeamSpeak, but I think the Alliance side, they used Mumble, which was just irritating. Mumble had better codecs, but TS was more prevalent. Yeah. Yeah. It was good. I do like EVE Online. I just don't have that amount of time anymore to play it, which sucks. I suppose I could log in like what I used to do. I used to log in every morning, just after server started again, restarted, to check all the prices on all the trades, and then do whatever I had to do, and then do all the PI. And that's when we started doing all the planetary interaction stuff. Oh god. Oh, you did play it recently? You just sit there in nostalgia. What did you... Just in a ship or just sort of in the station? They got rid of walking in stations, didn't they? That didn't really become a thing. Fine. Your pretty ships. Yeah. What was your prettiest ship? I was thinking about that very briefly this morning. Well, today when I read that White Dwarf post, funnily enough, the Fenrir. I really like that ship. That was just a great big industry ship for, cargo hauling. Like, I was very fond of that. I just liked the shape of it. It was nice. I dug it. But, like, all-time favorite EVE Online ship that I had, I'm not entirely sure. The Nag? Oh, that was a good one. Vertical Supremacy. Yeah, you're not wrong, actually. Hold on. Actually, you know what? I always liked the Balgorn. I was always like this beast. I did like that one a lot. That was cool. I don't think I ever really got around to using it properly though. I ended up having a few. But hold on, can we zoom in on these? Okay, slightly better. Minmatar Republic. Let's have a look at the Minmatar. The Blade and Dagger. They changed the names of these. The Jaguar and the Wolf. What? The Dagger Assault Frigate. Those must be new, right? That used to be the old Covert Ops bomber. Navy Geddon. You're not wrong there. You're not wrong there. The Rifter. I did like the Rifter. Which is based the T1 version of this. Oh, they're tournament ships? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I mean, the Tempest, as you say, vertical supremacy. It took me a while to come around to Minmatar, to be honest. I did like the NID. I used to mass produce NIDs. I was very fond of those. Cheetah. I think I like that one. Mastodon, Thrash at Naglfar. Let's the Justice Edition. Look at that beast. As you say, when the artillery fired. Oh, what a time to be alive. You had one? I was very fond of that. I was very, very fond of the NID. I mean, I generally liked all the carriers, but where's my baby? The Nomad. Oh, what a beast! I like the Nomad as well, but just the hell. Oh, baby, the super carrier. What time to be alive? Nobody going to state the obvious. The Drake. Well, obviously, I remember that was Drake fleets. I think that was like getting into a Drake was one of my first major like alliance call to arms. Like they were just handing out Drakes. I don't know where in EVE Online we were. By the way, I should also say just before I finished playing this game, I trained up my character into a Ragnarok. Whole fleet, 200 DPS. What? Big boy carrier? You never got rich, the NID was expensive to you? Well, it was expensive. It was a good ship as well, though. The Drake is absolutely amazing. I do love that. Fluent Coat, have a lovely evening. Have a lovely evening. Thank you very much for reminding me about those old things that I've forgotten about. Yeah, so I do technically have I don't think I inserted the skill book into my brain. But my character, she is at the point where she can. Unless, of course, they've added more characters, more requirements that I need to insert, which would be a disaster. Because technically, I can insert the book and fly one. I mean, I can afford one. So that's the Rag. But yeah, the T1 version of the Nomad was hot stuff. I think it's changed a bit. Oh, son of a bee sting. Kaldari. No, we're not going to look at Kaldari. Raven. Yeah, no, I remember like that. One of the very first Alliance level call to arms was like they were handing out Drakes. And there was a Drake fleet. I can't remember what the hell we were against. Who we were against. I think I'm getting my alliance names muddled up. Let's have a look at the beast. Oh, what a time to be alive. Not a lot of skill. Well, that's exactly why they were handing it out. It was like the T1 version like fitted all with all like generic T1 bits and resistance mods. And we just had to orbit around some geezer and press F1 or whatever it was to fire or reload, and just target the right person, not the person you're orbiting. Oh, you said they were ugly? Oh, is that why Automod got you? Is that why Automod got you? Oh, okay, I'm with you. Weird. Automod, because normally, like, I'm not averse to seeing those words. I try not to say them too much because YouTube is particularly not keen on me saying them out loud. So I try not to say it too much. I don't hate reading those words. It's just when it happens every single sentence. I know you've heard me grumble about that before, but those certain people who just can't seem to string a sentence together without swearing. Anywho, sorry, I thought I got rid of this page. I would be keen to know where my first... I suppose I should fire up my first character and find out where, like, one of his first deaths was... like, alliance-wise. Like, in null space. Oh! Jangles! How the devil are you? Thank you so much for 62 months in a row. How you doing? How's your Monday looking? Hype? Hype, hype, hype. That's 4 times. Oh, I tell you what, this room is absolutely melting. I'm going to have to actually start plugging in the air conditioning at this point. Jangles, thank you so much for the sub. The old subarino. How was stream today? I know you were streaming today. Back. It's good. You may have talked way too much. You talk too much? I find that very hard to believe. Whereas it was your first day back after... your little holiday. Wait, is that right? I've lost all perspective of time. Where's the... I don't believe you. First day back after sick, that was it. Sorry, my brain is just utter mush right now. Definitely hit our 4 hour and 4 minutes. Like, normally I'm quite happy going over sort of 4 hours until... I probably would in future draw the line at 6 hours because that would probably be too much. But sometimes my brain just goes absolute gibberish. Did you have a good stream, though? Did you have a good stream? What were you up to today? A little bit more purple, and then... Oh, hello, Betty. Oi, oi. Oh, absolutely starving. I have no idea what I'm eating tonight. Might have to look into that soundtrack issue. Not issue. Thing. EVE Online soundtrack. Ah! Some bloody jet above me now. Right. Alright, sunshine. Goody gumdrops. Okay, so the plan tonight is... I've got 5 more of those rascals to do. And that's just this initial purple. Then we do all like the more pinkification, the drushy violet, the final highlights. Then we're going to do all the edge highlights of the blue armor. Then we got the steel to do. Then we've got any of the Blood Angels rascals to do after that. So that's quite a lot of stuff, TM, to do. Just to get these rascals finished. And then I've got, as I said earlier, we do have one here, which is going to get turned into a YouTube stream, YouTube video specifically, rather than me just mass producing and just suffering from verbal diarrhea. Basically, that is basically that. So what I normally do is I like to find someone to raid at some point. What I like to do before that, before we go and raid, who we are going to go and raid. Okay, so I found the person we're going to go and raid. What I like to do first is I normally wrap up YouTube before we do the Twitch raid arena. So I would like to say, if you are on YouTube, thank you so much for hanging out today. As always, don't forget to like, subscribe, and string sentences together. I am back tomorrow at 4 o'clock. We actually have internet, so I can actually say that with 99% certainty. And hopefully, well, we're not painting Genestealers, that's for sure. I don't know what we're painting, but we're painting something. That goes without saying. So hopefully I'll see you then, and I'll see you there. Twitch, don't you go anywhere. I'm just saying goodbye to the lovely people on YouTube. All right, thank you. And goodbye.